When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
And together we have the podcast Office Ladies.
Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere.
Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
For just a moment, imagine life without joint pain. Erase the constant ache in your knees, hips, or shoulders. Imagine moving with ease, unafraid of that next jolt of pain. At QC Kinetics, we believe your health is your greatest investment, and we're here to help you regain it. Our advanced regenerative therapies revitalize damaged joint tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. It's not just about relieving pain, it's about restoring your freedom and confidence. Imagine golfing, hiking, or just walking without hesitation. Imagine waking up every morning without pain holding you back. With QC Kinetics, you can turn those dreams into reality by investing in something priceless, your health. Find out if you're a viable candidate by requesting a free consultation today. Call 215-261-5967. What's your health worth to you? If it's worth a free call and consultation, here's the number: 215-261-5967. 215-261-5967.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. you won't ever look back.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Don Stensland, weekdays 10 till noon, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
All right, is that new, Jim? I kind of like that. Dom Giordano bonus coverage music. That's what we should use that for. Hey, everyone, welcome in. Sitting in for Dawn most of this week with you up until 3 o'clock. Who knows? The day is young. Could be longer. All right, so there is something called, watch for this. I'm not saying it's going to happen today. And I would tell people this is a reality. There's something called a sucker rally. What people on Wall Street are doing right now is assessing, has this hit where it's going to hit and then the market's going to stabilize? No sign quite of that yet. Although Jim Cramer wrong once again. This is not a Black Monday, an all-out crash or anything like that. Sucker rally is when people jump in thinking, wow, these are great buys, get them now, and it's not really a great buy yet. We'll see if that happens today or going forward. And out of this whole weekend, I'm really happy we had Charlie Gasparino on Friday around 2 o'clock. He put it in the best perspective. I'll play what he said over the weekend about the Biden economy and how some of this is a carryover. And I'll play Steve Moore, who we usually get on, has the ear of the president, is not a tariff guy, but thinks that this is mainly the people that are the enemy. And he actually says the enemy, which I'm proud of that he said it rather than that stupid word adversary, is China. And I just wish we had been able to calibrate this better, but we're into it now. As far as lining up to take on China and maybe a few others that are not allies, that are completely out of line as far as what they've done over the last 40 years. That's legit. But this situation right now, I like Bill Ackerman on this probably the most. I'm not sure if we've had him on my noon to 3 show. He's a billionaire, Trump supporter. He says, look, Trump has proved the point. There are any number of nations that now want to negotiate. So let's negotiate. Let's hold off the April 9th when the real tariffs hit this week, April 9th, for 90 days. I don't know about 90 days, maybe 30 days. The bottom line being that this will give President Trump and his teams a chance to line up and have all those wins with nations that are willing to play ball. And then there's confidence restored, and we move on the nations that are still holding out, like China. That seems reasonable to me. All right, 855-839-1210, you get in. Here's Gasparino talking about the Biden sugar high, how all that government spending propelled things, and that some of this, and I agree with him on this, some of this it's happening in the market is not just tariff-driven. It's the sugar high left over coming down to earth from the Biden nonsense with all the government spending, cut 15.
So, Charlie, the stats show that consumers have money, but they're choosing to save it rather than spend it. And that was even before the tariff mania that took place this week. What does that tell you?
Well, listen, if you believe the markets, and I'm not talking about the stock market. I don't put a lot of credence into the fluctuations of the stock market as much as I look at the bond market. The bond market is signaling bright red recession, no doubt about it. Yields went below 4%, and that 3% on the 10-year. Hate to be wonky here, but that's the canary in the coal mine for a recession. And by the way, average people aren't looking at the 10 years and saying, "Oh, we should save." They just know what's going on. I mean, they listen. Car company last week just laid off 900 people. Stellantis. I mean, it's going to be more. Companies are cutting back on spending right now, and research and development, and obviously that sort of flows to the workforce. So the average consumer knows something is bad here. I think we were going to have an economic slowdown no matter what. That's why I was banking on the Trump tax cuts to come through, deregulation. I mean, this was going to happen. Joe Biden improperly and sort of synthetically inflated the economy with a lot of spending as he was leaving office to try to get Kamala Harris elected. Now that sugar high is over. So we were going to get a slowdown. I think the problem that the Trump administration has is that in the face of a slowdown, they went heavy into this tariff stuff, which will, at least until Donald Trump can cut some deals, will lead to some real economic dislocation. And the sooner he can cut deals, the better, because we are going into a recession, and even worse, we might have stagflation. I mean, we might have this weird thing where you have higher prices because tariffs do lead to higher prices because there are reciprocal tariffs on us. And a recession. You usually have one or the other, right? You have a recession, prices go down because people don't have a lot of money to buy stuff. You have inflation, well, economy's booming, so a lot of people have money. We could be in the position where we get both because of the tariff stuff.
All right, Jim.
And
that's Charlie Gasparino here, 855-839-1210. So this is good news on this front today. Globalization, something we've talked about, that word in talk radio goes back 20, 25 years, all the benefits of that. And that was both parties, be it Clinton, NAFTA, Al Gore, the debate with H. Ross Perot, be it Obama, some of the trade deals, be it the Bushes, all free trade, not fair trade. So just in the last couple of days, Klaus Schwab, he's the guy every year you see with the rulers of the world, all the globalists that get together. He's stepping down from that role of mercilessly. That's the guy that thinks we should have Dana and I have talked about this. We should have a non-ownership type of deal, a non-ownership. Renting everything. You don't own anything. You just pay. That guy. Globalization. Out. Giving up on this now. For now. And also the British Prime Minister today, I'm not sure if it's happened. I'm looking here to see if he's done it already. At some point today, is going to speak out against globalization and say the UK will defend working people in the UK. And that may mean tariffing for now because of what America's doing. But speaking out against globalization. Now, these are all good. But what's happening in the stock market now is not good. And I get last week, and I'll continue, these people that are, we go after Nancy Pelosi correctly for all the alleged, I'll say alleged because she hasn't been proven in court, but it's pretty obvious. And with Doge, Elon Musk looks like he's going to be on the trail of this. How are she and the husband their net worth now? What did she do? What did he do that would get them to that level of millions and millions of dollars? So Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'll call out, because Marjorie Taylor Greene, with advanced knowledge of probably how vast the tariffs were going to be, through her sources, sold off hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of her stock portfolio and put it in T-bills. So, this idea that we're going to tell people shut up because they're a bit worried with their 401k, well, maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene ought to shut the hell up. The Pelosi's, of course. All these people trading on the inside that are not going to be hurt by this in the short term or however long it goes. All right, so 855-839-1210. I'll give you the side question, too, coming up. And it's a great one today. Joe Conklin, the other night, if you were at the Keswick, you really got a performance. That's Philadelphia. That's Philadelphia sports. It's a whole thing. No one. I just admire people who can put together something like that, keep it all. I mean, just the number of cues, the number of things you have to do, the number of voices, the number of songs. It was an incredible night. So we hope to see him at more because Roe loved it. You know, the sports references, maybe not all of them, but the rest of it, incredible. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board with Dom sitting in for Dawn.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Alina Spies is with us in studio. You've been with TMF for quite some time. Tell us about that.
Someone who was working with TMF came through and he's like, hey, wait, you're a combat vet. Have you ever heard of Travis Manion? And I said, no. So he handed me over the book. I read it. My first presentation was to our Trooper Youth Week, which is our students coming over, getting a taste of what our academy's like, a taste of the New Jersey State Police, and I absolutely fell in love.
Don't get it wrong, folks. It's not Alina Spies. It's Alina Spies, or she'll kick your ass. Great stuff.
Thank you so much.
You got it.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Summer's almost here. Dawn Stensland here. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I had my friends from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning get us summer ready. Marvin E. Cans, a third-generation owned, military veteran-founded company. If you live in an older suburban home, consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Mitsubishi Electric is a great solution for a home lacking that ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinEKans.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
This March Madness, Wendy's has a $1 JBC or double stack with in-app offer and purchase. So we're throwing the biggest watch party in the country and giving you the best seats to watch all the action. But just so you know, the seats are in a Wendy's, and the action is just staring at the $1 JBC or double stack in front of you. Also, you can bring a +1. If it's a burger. When it's got to be fresh, got to be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating Wendy's. Limit 1 JBC or double stack or qualifying item per offer with additional purchase. Wendy's app account registration required.
Dr. Jim Burns. This is my wife, Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money. Because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking for a dentist that you can trust? Then you need to have my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I've been telling you for 10 years that patients come to Dr. Bentz from all over the area. Beyond that, they come from other states. The woman from Ocean City I've told you about. It's because they make you feel at home and take care quickly and conveniently. Don't put it off. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949, and visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow.
Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano sitting in. I mentioned Joe Conklin. You can get in at any point between now, well, not literally at 3 o'clock. Get your name into the hat, even if you don't listen in the afternoon. We'll make a provision for you. I love a song. Okay. All you have to do is hit us with that all-time showman. Now, it could be in sports, could be in film, could be in TV, could be on stage that you saw them. It's all in the call. We just don't need a name. We need the why. That's what gets you your name into the hat. And we have a great prize again this week for it. By the way, too, if you don't listen throughout the day, every day at around 2:13, if I shut up enough, Dan and Henry put together Dom's Money Melody. And today you'll be able to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies versus the Giants Thursday, April 17th, 4:05 first pitch at Citizens Bank Park. You get to stroll the bases, senior stroll the bases after the game, okay? So it's a big day, big tickets. And the Phillies, I think they hit 173 or 6 thereabouts in the 3-game series and yet still won 2 out of 3. And I mentioned on Nick's show, you can look it up. The Daily Mail has it again today. Now, look, is it a stretch? All right, come on, you're ruining a good thing. That Nick Castellanos homers on big history days. One of them was the day that President Trump was hit, the first assassination attempt. But yesterday's, are we squeezing it in? It was only hours after Ovechkin, and I'm very glad Ovechkin did this. I'm not a fan of the great Gretzky for unknown reasons. Scored the goal that made him the greatest goal scorer of all time, which is a huge, it's a record, really. And how many records can we say that about that we thought will never be broken? I still think the 56-game hitting streak, the great DiMaggio, that's going to be very hard to break. Very hard. I think the closest may have been Pete Rose recently in the mid-40s, 15, 20 years ago. And he went nuts because Gene Garber was throwing him changeups. You're supposed to throw me fastballs. Let me get the record. All right, so hit us with that all-time entertainer, the Joe Conklin event, if you have a chance, with the City Rhythm Orchestra. Wow. You will, if you follow sports, Philadelphia at all. Great charity. Pat Malloy. A guy can take a joke. He had on his dress blues, and I did work it into my monologue saying, yeah, the dress blues make him 5'11" and no receding hairline. But Conklin and the Conklin family, you just are amazed how many of them perform. All-time entertainer. I'm going to take off Elvis, Sinatra, Muhammad Ali, P.T. Barnum, of course, all-time great showman, and just a personal favorite. I mean, the way this guy performed, I never saw it in person, but I've seen enough video. James Brown, it just... At the end, they had to carry him off. I know it was part of the act, but it was effective. My God. So, Jim, you're an entertainer, too. Give us an entertainer.
There's so many, but when I was a kid, I used to be in awe of any game show host.
Right.
Wink Martindale.
Was a
hero to me back in the day. Johnny Olsen from The Price is Right.
There you go.
The way he used to announce and just do it flawlessly.
Yeah.
I was just in awe of that when I was younger.
All right. Those are great showmen, great entertainers, without a doubt. Wink Martindale. There's an answer I didn't think we'd get. So you can hit us with that at the end of your call. How are you feeling today? Today, not as bad as the other 2 days so far. And this could, at any moment, see the market stabilize. Now, I'm not on board with doing this. It's a big gamble. I told you a better way to go. I think there's some wins here. The EU has just announced they're willing to go and have talks 0 for 0 tariffs. Okay? Now, watch this guy, Navarro. I know Navarro is a true Trump guy, went to jail over stuff, etc. But he's off the deep end on this. He wants... Not only did we get reciprocal tariffing, et cetera, I'll give you a couple of other things he brought up, but revenue, $600 billion a year plus for Americans. And there was a brief rally today. Now, I don't know if that's called a sucker's rally or not. And the stock market is not down, unbelievably. So are we seeing maybe a bit of a bounce here? But if it's just the one day with people thinking they see bargains, you got to be wary of that if you're in the market at all. All right, but there are good signs here. I'll play you President Trump over the weekend talking about, China has a lot of difficulties also. Coming up, though, our friend Beth Ann Rossiga has got a couple of great pieces she wrote at Broad and Liberty. Here's how you get in, though. Anytime, 855-839-1210.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to them, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Venaria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Venaria's office does everything. Dr. Venaria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit venariadental.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
How would you like to have Joel Embiid, Charles Barkley, and Chip Snapper at your next event? Hire Joe Conklin, the man of 1,000 voices for corporate events and private parties.
We hired Joe Conklin, a comedian. The guy's fantastic.
We hired Joe for our sales meeting, and he was hilarious. He had everyone from our top management down to the peons cracking up laughing.
We hired Joe Conklin. We did not stop laughing for the whole show.
Hire Joe Conklin now for corporate events and private parties. Go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
The working families of La Luna Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ziprecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dawn Show. Dom Giordano sitting in for Dawn. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get on board. Over the weekend, a lot of firing back and forth, or a good bit, with Elon Musk and Navarro, the president's chief economic advisor in a lot of ways, Peter Navarro. I've had him on 3 or 4 times. And look, I think his intention is correct, but this guy's wedded to tariffs. Musk saying not a good thing. This guy is a Harvard graduate economist. After Navarro said that Elon Musk just doesn't understand, he hasn't learned economics. Who will win this one? I have some sound of that. We'll play it. And I think among the president's advisors, there is some back and forth. There's some disagreement. What's wrong with that? The good news, the EU now says they want to meet. So take this opportunity to do this. Should we then go full bore on this, Wednesday? And that's when the tariffs really ratchet up. By the way, I haven't parsed it out. I thought it was a pretty good explanation over the weekend by the Commerce Secretary of why they put the tariffs on islands that just have penguins. I'll explain that. It's being mocked, but I think there's some degree of accuracy to it. Beth Ann Rossica has an eye for issues around the Delaware Valley, second to none, particularly with kids. In 2 recent columns, she wrote about, one, Upper Darby High School, bearing what's happened nationally. Diversity's fine, but when you have people here, huge numbers, that don't speak English, that's a problem. She also wrote about her son becoming an Eagle Scout and what that means. Let's go to Beth Ann Rossica here on Talk Radio 1210. Her work usually at Broad and Liberty. Hey, Beth Ann, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Dom. Always a pleasure to be on the show.
Well, thank you. When I saw these 2 things, I thought, I've talked about Upper Darby, and you wrote a long piece, a lot of data in there, too. In the context of Northeast Philadelphia, various schools, Baldy is one, Lincoln, they're putting in more portable classrooms, and you have people essentially in Northeast Philadelphia that are here illegally. English speaking is way down. And you have kids now having to eat lunch at 10 o'clock in the morning, 9:45, that kind of thing, because they're overcrowded. So what's your takeaway after analyzing what's happened at Upper Darby?
Well, it's interesting, Dom. I met with Upper Darby School District actually back in December. I met with the superintendent there because for your listeners who know me, I've written many articles that have been pretty critical of Upper Darby School District and their testing results and, the violence and lots of issues that are going on there. But I sat down and met with McGarry and his team for about an hour. And one of the things that struck me was he started talking about the fact that they have such a transient population of students and their numbers of non-English speaking students has increased significantly. So that kind of stuck with me. And I recently asked them for some more data. I talked with them further, and I wrote this very long piece, as you mentioned, because I think what we're seeing is that the policies at the national level have really impacted what's happening in Upper Darby and similar school districts, as you mentioned. We've had a huge influx of kids, not just, crossing the border illegally, but also, just immigrating from other countries around the world.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really taking a significant amount of resources. And the problem for me is that nobody's talking about that issue. Immigration continues to be a hot button issue and how it's being handled and all of those things. But we're not talking about the practical realities of how many teachers do we need to hire to teach these kids who can't read and write in their own language, let alone in English. And this is a really big deal. In Upper Darby, I think there's plenty of things that they could do better and reallocate resources. But I think that this is really a fair issue to talk about, that, the majority of their students who start with them in kindergarten do not stay with them through 12th grade. So they have this constant overturning of students coming in and out for a variety of reasons, and they don't speak English. So it's really creating a lot of staffing pressures. And, McGarry talked about the state testing. And listen, I'm not a big fan of standardized tests as the only metric to measure student performance. But sadly, it's the only methodology that we have right now. But I think that he makes a pretty big case for it. Like, we're in a very unique situation, and, we're being penalized for these really bad test scores, that at least some of it, I'm not going to say all of it, but I think some of it is related to this transient population and to the fact that these kids can't read and write English.
I'll speak to that too. I've never been in a school fully like that, but when there's a situation like this, the pressure seeps out. It makes a hard job teaching so much harder. It gets to be chaotic. It gets to be like something it's not smooth and well run. Look, I've had the guy on. I differ with him on some things, to your point, but I also think he's open to talking to people like you and me. So that's a good thing. Beth Ann, wanted to get a sense. The Inquirer this week ran a piece in the face of it. The guy won't come on. I don't know why. The head of the school board over in Phoenixville, among others, Springport, Phoenixville. And they said essentially, no, we're not going to capitulate on these Trump executive orders. They tell you, well, I'd be violating state law. That's not true. In getting rid of DEI. Then they started the second round of it. They're going to hide it. I'm waiting on this, and it's a big job because you got thousands of school districts just saying they're not going to comply with this. What are you seeing, particularly the Phoenixville School District?
Right. Well, I think it's interesting, Dom, because it's not just the DEI issue, but we're also seeing this in the women, boys, and girls sports. So it's both of these executive orders. And the Trump administration last week sent out letters that need to be filled out by the state, by every state, assuring the Trump administration that their state is in full compliance with these executive orders. So I actually sent a request to comment to the governor's office last Friday asking, will they be signing this, agreement that they're in compliance, and how are they handling districts that are refusing to comply? I have not heard back from them. I'm fairly certain I won't hear back from them, but I at least wanted to put them on notice that we're looking at all of this. And I don't think it's not just Phoenixville. There are multiple school districts in the southeastern Pennsylvania area that are doubling down and saying, yeah, we're just not going to do this. And we don't care about the federal funding. For, a school district like Phoenixville, they may only get $2 million a year in federal funding. But here's what I find really ironic about this, Dom, and I've written about this multiple times, is that when we were in the middle of COVID and the school districts were saying, well, we have to close schools, we have to mask kids because otherwise we lose federal funding.
Right.
Now, all of a sudden, when the ideology benefits them and
Right.
what they agree with, now all of a sudden it's like, well, who cares? $2 million. It's not that much money. We have money in our reserves. We'll just rely on that. And, if we have to raise taxes, whatever. But I find it very, very ironic that they're going to pick and choose what they follow based on the school districts and the board's philosophy of things. And I find that very, very concerning.
Yeah, what I think some of the smarter ones are going to do, they're going to say they are complying, and then they're not going to comply. Now, with the DEI, they may be able to go underground, but the one that we'll see will be the trans stuff. That's the thing that will out them ultimately. So the clock is ticking. I just hope the Trump administration, I think they have enough people, Department of Ed, they're going to target 8 or 10 of these school districts across the country, and they're going to go after them quickly. And then we're going to see if they go to taxpayers and say, well, it's only $2 million, to your point. We're okay with that. I don't think that's going to fly.
No, I agree with you. I don't think it's going to fly. And I really encourage parents who are in these school districts like Phoenixville who are doubling down and saying they're not going to comply. If you have specific examples of DEI happening in your school district, or if you have specific examples of boys competing in girls' sports, file a complaint with the Office of Civil Rights through the Department of Education, because that's how they're going to investigate these things. So I really encourage people to be proactive, to file these complaints, because if there's multiple ones coming in on a single school district, I'm guessing that the Department of Ed and OCR will prioritize investigations in those school districts.
Exactly. Parting area, congratulations. You and your son, Eagle Scout. Your sense of where the Scouts are now, though, I mean, how much has it changed? Were you in an area, was he in an area where it's pretty much like the Scouts used to be?
Yeah, so it's interesting because the article that I wrote, Dom, I really focused on the positive aspects of scouting because I do really believe that. And I talked about how scouting really helps boys, providing strong, positive male role models, and really helps develop them into strong young men. And, I referenced that a lot of young boys are craving strong masculine role models. And, sometimes they defer to these nut jobs like, Andrew Tate, who I can't stand. But these kids, these boys are drawn to guys like him because he's super popular on social media and very, very masculine. And I find scouting to have the alternative, strong, masculine, positive role model. But to your point, unfortunately, Boy Scouts has changed into scouting, and they do allow girls to be boys or to be scouts. And thankfully, our troop, and honestly, a lot of the troops in our area, we don't have girls in our troop, and they do keep the girls' troops. The boys and girls are separate. So our boys never, rarely come into contact with any type of girls' troops. But I do think that it's so important for boys to have these role models. And so many of the Boy Scout troops in our area do a great job. These guys volunteer their time. They spend countless hours in old school activities. They're camping and fishing and hiking and just doing all the great things, not on technology for hours at a time, which is another benefit. But I really hope that scouting will have a resurgence. And, for boys that are looking for these kinds of activities, they'll seek that out. My son getting his Eagle Scout was such a huge accomplishment, and the men in his troop that helped him along the way, they really helped develop him into the young man that he's become, and I'm very, very grateful for that.
Well, it starts with the mom. But a question for you, though. Is it like a PhD dissertation you have to do as the final thing to be an Eagle Scout? It's been so long that we've had a positive scouting story. That's the way this goes, that I'm unclear now.
Right. Well, so the process to become an Eagle Scout is the same as it's always been. You have a certain, you have to advance through all of these different ranks. You have to complete a number of merit badges and all sorts of different badges. There's requirements along the way. And then the final project is a 200-hour community service project that the scout has to plan with his advisor. They have to get approval for it. And then you have to, you plan the project, you do all of the purchasing and budgeting for the project. You work with the group that you're doing the community service for. And then you have to recruit volunteers, your fellow scouts, to, come and help execute the project. And then once it's done, then you have a presentation before the council, in our instance, Chester County Council, to demonstrate that you completed the project and met all of the objectives and the criteria. And it was really nice because my son's project, he did it with the preschool where he had attended many, many years ago. And so he was able to give back. They needed a shelter in place in their basement. And so he designed, cleaning up the whole area, putting up lattice work around all of the equipment, painting it, building benches.
Wow.
So it really was a nice project.
Yes.
And it was so, for me, it was so gratifying for him to be able to give back to that preschool who helped him through his formative years. So it really was a nice full circle activity.
That's great stuff. We find Beth Ann Rossica at Broad and Liberty. What are you working on next?
Well, I'm actually working on an article about the PHRC, the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission, and about how they were able to sneak through this change in the definition of the word sex to include gender identity back in 2023. I've been doing some digging on the 7 members who are the commissioners of the PHRC. There's supposed to be 11. There's only been 7 since 2018. Our governor, Josh Shapiro, is supposed to appoint people to this position, and he has not appointed a single person since he has been elected in office. So I am working on that right now.
Look forward to seeing it. Beth Ann, thank you. Thanks as always.
Thank you, Dom. Have a great day. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, Beth Ann Rossica here on the Dawn Stensland Show with Dom sitting in. Coming to your calls next. Side question. Hit us with that all-time great showman, that all-time great / entertainer, Joe Conklin, right up there here in Philadelphia. You have a chance with the City Rhythm Orchestra. I know how good he is, but this was beyond belief and just a fabulous night. The benefit, the Glenside volunteer and fire department given the big fire over there. Just fabulous stuff. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in with Dom for Dawn.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio, so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com today. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Looking for the perfect ride at the perfect price? At Hester Chevrolet, we've got the deals to get you on the road in a new Chevy today. Our huge selection means there's something for everyone. Plus, with easy financing options, getting behind the wheel has never been easier. Explore how we can make your driving experience extraordinary. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati. These models with such sleek new designs and innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology. And they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles right now available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, piazzapremiumautos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano sitting in for Dawn. Hey, yeah, Sinatra's taken off. Hit us, all-time showman. Any walk of life. Could be sports, could be movies, could be film, could be TV, could be just live. If you saw someone live, tell me about that performance. That's your answer today. Of course, I'm looking, and it's very hard to get a firm guidance on what the tariffs ultimately are about. Mike Lee, who likes Trump, the conservative senator from Utah, said in his view, this is leading to a world where there are no tariffs. That's a final play. That's interesting. I don't think that's what the Trump plan is. I think they think ultimately this is about revenue. And that would mean this will not be a short-term thing. Look, we got the EU saying they want to sit down and negotiate. Good. Let's do it. Why drag this out? The damage on paper, anyhow, in the stock market could be made up at this point. I don't know how rapidly, but pretty quickly. Why continue? Isn't China ultimately what the goal is here? And that's the thing that I'm all on board with. That's the big part of this game. All right, let's go to William in Ambler. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, William.
Hi, Dom. Yeah, regarding the tariffs, it's interesting. Russian media came out today to congratulate Trump on what a great job he's doing in wrecking our economy and destroying trust in the United States. Got me thinking, if you were a Russian asset and you wanted to destroy America, what exactly different things would you do than what Trump is actually
William,
doing?
you're going to be back on the Russian asset thing with Trump, though. Come on. Aren't there bigger things here? No, but why?
No.
What's
if you wanted to wreck America, what would you do? That
okay, buddy, try somebody else. Thank you. I'm not even going to go down the Russian collusion, the whole thing again with this. Look, there are plenty of other objections here, rather than starting the Russian nonsense up again. Now, I would put the tariffs on Russia. I get what the play is here, though. They're trying to coax them in Ukraine to some kind of settlement, or at least starting a settlement. By the way, I am not a fan. This guy is a menace. Lutnick, several people on the inside even think this guy's a grandstander, out of control, the commerce guy that's all over the place. But he did, on Face the Nation, make the point they had to put the tariffs on these islands because what happens is various countries would use these pretty much uninhabited islands that are in question as pass-through. In other words, a product passes through there somehow or another, and if you let them get away with it, then you can't have a tariff. That's being debated. Is that the reason why? But it makes sense to me. All right, let's go to 855-839-1210. Again, the markets today are much more stable than what we've seen the first 2 days. Now, you got to be aware. Remember that term, sucker rally, where people see these goodies that have gone down so much so quickly. I don't know, Tesla. We'll see. I'll have to check and see how Tesla's doing. And they jump in and buy, and really it's a false hope. So we'll see. We'll see who's bold enough, and does that restore confidence? And again, isn't this the time to strike? You have some pretty big entities that have said they want to talk about this, negotiate this, the reciprocal tariff, and then muster all your forces to go after China. I'm on board with the China part. Just as willy-nilly with everybody around the world, though. No, it's going to result in what we're seeing play out now. And what do you think of too when you hear Janine Pirro saying, "I'm not looking at my 401k," and screaming about that last couple of days? Yeah, you're worth $14 million. Tell that to people that are near retirement or thinking about that. Maybe they have a couple 100,000 there, $250,000, something like that, and they start to see these drops. And I'm really tired over the weekend. Look, we can have a fair debate on this. The Democrats are out of this. They have no standing. They have helped create this from Bill Clinton on down. So that's a given. Let's not talk gibberish. Democrats have no standing in this. They're fraudulent. But I'm tired over the weekend of seeing people say that if you have a 401k, if you're doing pretty well, and you're concerned about this, then you don't care about working class America. And I see Marjorie Taylor Greene, I told you this, it's an inconvenient fact, get the hint from the inside that these were going to come down and be bolder than we thought. And she suddenly moved around hundreds of thousands of dollars she has in stock and put it into T-bills, which are a hugely safe investment. We know about Pelosi. And I'm hoping that Elon Musk and Doge are going to be able to expose these politicians who don't appear to have much money or be making a whole lot, and yet they're able to amass a huge fortune. But what about a Marjorie Taylor Greene? In other words, I'm suspect of people with knowledge in and around this telling everybody else be calm, and I'd like to see what each and every one of them have done here. Did they move money out of the markets and move it into stuff that's much safer? 855-839-1210. But right out of the box, the guy bringing up Russia. There's real debate here over this. Meaning the total approach, how long this is going to last, and what the ultimate goal is. There's good debate over this. That's the way that I see it. The Russian stuff, the other crazy stuff, Trump has believed in this way back to the 80s. Now, his predictability is that he will say, here's a victory, and then move on. On this, though, I think this is, to him, one of the pillars of what he wants to be remembered for. That's what makes it a big gamble. That's why I think it could go on quite a bit. Who's going to win out? Someone like Elon Musk or Peter Navarro? And Navarro is extreme on this. He sees this as revenue coming in for the rest of time. I don't see the rest of the world complying with that. I think Elon Musk has the upper hand here. Now, he's upset, too. You would be. And the losses are staggering, even for Elon Musk. All right, let me go to Jim in the Northeast here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jim, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. How are you?
Good, Jim.
Good, good. I wanted to call in to mention Danny Gans. He was a headliner in Las Vegas, passed away sadly. Not sure what the circumstances were behind his death, but he was incredible. did Nat King Cole and Natalie Cole, both voices singing Unforgettable.
Oh yeah, that's
he was just
good
a
stuff.
really
Yeah,
great entertainer.
he did.
Yeah.
Wait a minute,
So,
he did both voices.
He did both voices. If you look it up, and there's not many good videos of it, but you close your eyes and both voices are spot on. Nat King Cole, and then all of a sudden when Natalie Cole comes in, it sounds exactly like her, and you wouldn't think that there was a man using that voice. And then he also did the final scene of on Golden Pond with I guess was it Katharine Hepburn and Henry Fonda. He did both voices there, and he sounds to the.
Oh yeah, I got to go look him up. Put that name down, Jim. I hear you're Pat Malloy's brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's a good man. He does a lot of good work there in Abington. He's my hero. I'm his younger brother, but he's a little bit shorter than me, honestly. But
well, wait a minute. Not in the Dress Blues. You heard my lead. He's about 5'11" in the Dress Blues, and there's no receding hairline.
I hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wears. I think he has lifts in those shoes as well. So,
No, I'm telling you, the Abington uniform, particularly the hats, they're really good.
Yes. Yeah. Well, they kind of scrunch down a little bit, which is good. Especially for him, it covers up most of his hair, which is nice to see.
All right. Thank you, Jim. That's an out-of-the-box one. Danny Gaines. All right, we'll put you down for that. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210. Coming to more of your calls next. And also, as I said, Jim Cramer proven wrong again. We're waiting on the British Prime Minister. I'm looking right now to see if he's done or not. A big address today attacking globalism. We've talked about that. It's not an everyday term the average American says, but if you listen to talk radio, you know exactly what this means. One world, all that. And the problem is the people that are not in control, the quote elite class, they get screwed. And that's what Trump is the symptom of, to be elected to redefine that. Now, can that be done, though, without what we're seeing in the markets? I think if you agree with Trump, you'd say no. That's what this is going to take, and that's it. All right, 855-839-1210.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
A slow-moving cold front to our south and east will keep showers around at times through the rest of today. High temperature well below average at 48. Drier conditions return tonight, becoming partly cloudy late with a low 35. And for Tuesday, partly sunny, windy, and cold with a high 48.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
When you buy windows this spring, you don't have to spend a fortune for replacement windows and doors. I'm Rob Mado, owner of Keystone Window. We keep it simple. Stress-free estimates, good for 30 days, and we're not staying for dinner. Those big window companies never leave and will do anything to get your money. At Keystone Window, we are different in a good way. Our quality windows are affordable and come with a 50-year warranty, including labor. We don't operate all over the country or use an 800 number that rings at a call center on the other side of the planet like those huge window companies. We are local, and every happy customer means we're getting it right. We offer an honest, everyday low price with 0% financing. We will save you hundreds, if not thousands, on a very warm window. Call today for a free estimate. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provide smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dawn Stensland Show with Dom sitting in. Big show today, noon until 3. A lot of breaking news. President meeting with Netanyahu. And the markets have settled a bit for now, sometimes called a sucker's rally, though. There was a rally, then it went back again. So we'll see. And I don't know if the EU saying they want to talk about tariff reciprocity. But these things ought to be done now. Move on them. These are wins. I mean, is it becoming a testament that you have to say, I don't care. I don't care how much I lose in this. Really? Is that what is the litmus test now? Tell me if you believe that. Let's go to Susan in Chester Springs on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Susan.
Hi, Don. Well, I'm heavily invested, and I do care, and I'm holding on because I think it's foolish to sell because it may go down further.
Yeah, exactly. But the principle here, the problem I have with it, as I said, China is what this is about ultimately, and getting the deregulation and the tax cuts through. So I'm kind of surprised, and it tells me Trump has believed in this for 40 years, and that's what he wants to do. But I don't see, even though the outcome that we want is a good one, Susan, the methodology here is all over the place.
Well, ultimately, China is the issue, and if we don't bring manufacturing back, bring pharmaceuticals back, all the things that we need, they could eventually just cut us off from it. So I see the point to that, but I don't like Lufkin, and I don't like Navarro's stance, and I'm hoping Trump goes with Elon because I think Elon has a lot more practicality about him and actually cares about the little guy.
I couldn't agree with, look, Navarro is very loyal to Trump and all that. He's an economist. Lutnick is a big mouth grandstander who is a major problem up and down the line. either on the air or behind the scenes, all these big people we bring on, Susan, I talk with, and they say, yeah, this guy's a problem, egging this on.
Well,
Trump needs a voice that he trusts like anybody else, and we're seeing some good stuff here. The EU maybe open, they are open to negotiation. Seize on that. If we go pull the string on April 9th on the full tariff thing, then this is going to spiral for maybe a good bit.
well, I'm tired of hearing people give advice who are safe and secure
Yes,
with their
right.
millions,
Right.
telling me that I don't have to worry. Well, screw you. I sure do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, that
Susan, you're one of the
rhymes.
first breaking through. People are taking this like it's a loyalty oath to Trump. And I get being loyal to what he's done and the agenda and all that. But everybody needs somebody to say, I don't see this is the way to go. You shouldn't be knocked out of the tribe if you say that.
Well, the first 4 years of Trump, I was able to get my mortgage down from $5,000 a month to $1,800 a month. So I see that he has a lot of good points to him. But this is very dangerous, this game that he's playing, and I sure hope that he negotiates with all these people that are coming around to seeing our point of view.
Yes, it's there. Move on it. We ought to be moving on this because then the others are going to get the message. You're not going to get as good of a deal as, say, the EU, which came to the table among the first. They get the better deal. Move on it.
Well, and my person is, I hope people remember him, is Wayne Newton.
Oh, sure. How could you forget Wayne Newton? I mean, the dyeing of the hair alone. My God. Come on. Yes.
Thanks, Don. Love your show.
Oh, thank you, Susan. Yeah, Wayne Newton is an excellent one. Ro dragged me to see, it was some event here in Philadelphia. Oh, my God. Wayne Newton. I didn't see the hair up close. I would like to ask his hair secrets. Oh, my God. 855-839-1210. Showmen think of, too, not just great entertainers. Something about that. As I said, the Conklin event, if you have a chance with the orchestra, the City Rhythm Orchestra, etc., then, boy, this is where you have to go. I think their next one is in Ocean City, but maybe there's going to be something before that. We'll have them on the next time we see one of these. And look, I just love anybody that can do the number of voices, but then put context around them. That's hilarious. And that's what he was doing on Saturday night. There had to be 6 or 7 Conklins. By the way, too, I hope I'd love to get this guy. The Sinatra impersonator he has just did My Way, which, as you know, to me, that's sacred ground. That's the number 1 song in history. This guy pulled it off. And a guy who did a song that really caught on about Saquon that came on stage was just a spectacle. It was unbelievable. Just incredible. All right, so 855-839-1210, you get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is push pound 1210, and we're coming to you. People are predicting, insiders though, this is a battle Elon Musk will not win, that Peter Navarro has President Trump's ear. And I set the odds here 50-50 for Elon Musk because Trump has been wedded to this idea that tariffs will not just get an even playing field, but they're going to bring hundreds of billions of dollars a year, trillions over a 10-year period to America in revenue. I just don't see that happening. I don't. Fortunately, there are competing voices here. The guy I like is the Treasury Secretary, Bessent, who hopefully we'll have on the show this week is what I'm aiming for. And I told you the thing I'm watching that he's watching is the 10-year Treasury yield. It's going down, and he sees that as an indicator of lower interest rates. Okay. But I'm watching the markets too. And if you have a 401k, 62% of Americans are in the market in one form or another. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all I need you to do is push pound 1210. Hit us with that all-time showman / entertainer. Think sports too. Muhammad Ali, we took off the board early on. Nick had him, Nick Gale. Hit us with that, and we'll get your name into the hat at the end of the day. Great prize at the end of the week. By the way, today, at around 2:13, 2:15, Dom's Money Melody, we have a pair of tickets to a big 4 o'clock game, April 17th, I think it is, when the Phillies play the San Francisco Giants. That's a great time at the ballpark, 4 o'clock. And the Phillies are looking, well, when you can hit once in the 170s and take the Dodgers 2 games to 1, that's pretty good. A lot of interesting stuff happened, including Nick Castellanos homering. All right, so, it's a fun thing. You want to be a debunker and say, well, that could be any day. He hits a home run. Something historic happened. I don't know. It's pretty rare that the guy sets the all-time goals record just hours before Nick Castellanos hits a grand slam. So it's happened before when President Trump was hit in the ear. It's got 3 or 4. The Daily Mail's got a big piece up on it. Watch that guy. When he homers, history happens. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Alina Spies is with us in studio. You've been with TMF for quite some time. Tell us about that.
Someone who was working with TMF came through and he's like, hey, wait, you're a combat vet. Have you ever heard of Travis Mannion? And I said, no. So he handed me over the book. I read it. My first presentation was to our Trooper Youth Week, which is our students coming over, getting a taste of what our academy's like, a taste of the New Jersey State Police, and I absolutely fell in love.
Don't get it wrong, folks. It's not Alina Spies. It's Alina Spies, or she'll kick your ass. Great stuff.
Thank you so much.
You got it.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Dawn Stensland here. Summer's right around the corner. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I had my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get our AC unit summer ready. Marvin E. Cans, 3rd generation owned, military veteran founded company. Take my advice. Get your AC unit serviced for summer. And if Marvin E. Cans feels your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train AC unit. It's hard to stop a train. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. MarvinEKanze.com. Marvin E. Cans. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. you won't ever look back.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom time, sitting in for Dawn. Then I kick off at noon. And at noon, YouTube watch, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. I'll show you a little bit of what it was like in Washington with the mob. What they were screaming for. That was the biggest hands-off rally. We have footage of that. And also, we'll play, and I'll give you a little bit of the background of this woman who announced at one of these rallies that she's here illegally and proud of it, standing up and saying it. There's a factoid that the media didn't tell you about her income, what she does for a living. And yeah, you know what? You want to go around in your face, I'm here, what are you going to do about it? I think she ought to be on the list for deportation. You know, this idea of we're going to continue to have the mob involved in this and want to be the face of saying I'm here illegally, oh, well, how about give us your address, your place where, well, we know where she works, and I'll tell you how much she makes. If you missed that, we haven't talked yet about the hands-off rally this past weekend around the country. And again, the one in Washington was a tell of what they're really all about. They think this is ratcheting up for them. The numbers do not say that. They just don't. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Let's go to Bill in Palmyra on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Bill.
Dom, how you doing? Good show.
Thank you, Bill.
My answer for the side question is Bob Hope, not just for his movies and his TV show, but for all the good stuff he did during World War II, Korean War and the Vietnam War, entertaining the troops.
Oh, yeah. There's a showman. Just think of the people. Part of the showman is the people you bring with you that you're kind of like the Ed Sullivan of. And that's what Hope did. I mean, you bring Joey Heatherton to Vietnam with men that have been out in the wilderness for 18 months. Yes, that's showmanship.
Yes, indeed.
Bill, that's a good one. Bob Hope is an all-timer. I didn't take them all off. We'll get Henry's a little bit. But coming up, some of the reaction from this weekend. By the way, Khalil Mahmoud, the Colombia guy who ought to be out of the country, somehow or another, he calls out Colombia and the Trump administration in a new op-ed. You would think we had this guy on bread and water. Instead, he was able to dictate an op-ed, the Colombia guy. And you hear the charge, oh, my God, ICE, it's a torture chamber. He's dictating to the world in an op-ed what he's all about. And what he's all about is someone who is a big supporter of Hamas, which indicates he's anti-woman. Absolutely. He's anti-humanity. How many other antis can I fill up with here? All right, get in at 855-839-1210. At 1 o'clock, we're going to talk with Montgomery County Commissioner Tom DeBello because they had this big meeting in Montgomery County, and you know how radical they are. All these people coming forward to tell them they must put this legislation in which would stop and block Trump and ICE and everything else. And the second in command there, Montgomery County, progressive, right, said, well, we got to watch it. We're walking a tightrope here. We don't want to lose federal funding. Wow. If this is not a win, I don't know what is. When Montgomery County says, with all these activists pestering them at their big open meeting, well, we'll take this under advisement, but we got to be careful because they will take away our federal funding. All right. Now, that's the upside of what Trump has been able to do in such a short period of time. Why then continue to go down this course of action with the tariffs? All right. Although I'm looking at the markets now, it's bad. I'm looking at the Dow. I go by the Standard & Poor. The Dow is 1.66% down, about 638 or so, which is mild in comparison to what we've been seeing. But is this a bit of a rally that happened? People see bargains, or is it stabilizing? All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof, it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof was credited to my account, and I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the Teeth in a Day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Walter Sterling.
It's not good to get fired. There are no lessons to be learned from getting fired or losing something that's important to you or getting evicted. You'll get stronger if you get poor, if you get evicted, if you need food stamps. No, you don't. Those are bad experiences.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, welcome in. We haven't talked here in the warm-up doing Dawn Show today, Dom Giordano, about the hands-off rally nonsense over the weekend. YouTube alert, youtube.com/1210WPHT. Take a look and a listen. The biggest mob was in Washington. What were they calling for here? That's a real tell on what these people are all about. Cut 7.
Gaza is the battle between good and evil. Netanyahu was right when he said this is a war between light and darkness. He only got the sides mixed up. It is a war between light and death because if human beings are deprived of their human dignity, they will be massacred like we are seeing in Gaza, and nobody will do anything about it.
All right, so calling for another intifada. This is what they're about. This is what these mobs are fueled by. Netanyahu was right, except Israel's the dark and Hamas is the light. But here is an illegal immigrant. I'm not sure if she was in New York. It seemed to be a pretty big crowd. This will be cut 18. Bragging about being an illegal immigrant in here. Then I'll tell you the factoid that the media doesn't care to tell you about this woman is being lionized. She had the courage to stand up. Here's what she said.
My name is Gracia Martinez Rosas. I am an immigrant. I am undocumented, unafraid, queer, and unashamed.
All right, there you go. I hope ICE is knocking on the door. Miss all those names is bragging about being here illegally. She's apparently the head of an NGO and makes, according to several news accounts, $188,000 a year. Okay? Doing what? Well, doing this type of nonsense. And again, if you fix frame this with the average American and said, yes, this is the place to go, they'd say, yeah, deport this woman. We don't need any more of this. All right, President Trump has just added, and this part I'm fine with, on April 9th, additional tariffs on China. Yeah, China is the element here, ultimately, that we have to bring into check because of the pharmaceuticals, because of other things that they're making that we've kind of farmed out. That is the way to go. Even calling out people like the Dean family, Madeline Dean, who made their fortune, apparently, making bikes in areas of China that are suspect, according to the Philadelphia Inquirer. 855-839-1210. But the more widespread part of this is, a little bit out of bounds, to put it mildly. But over the weekend, what's interesting is that Elon Musk has jumped into this, and he and Peter Navarro are having quite a back and forth. So here's a question from Maria's show, the Futures show on Fox on Sunday morning. This is cut 11. Elon Musk, the person filling in for Maria Bartiromo, says, took a shot at you on X to Peter Navarro. Peter Navarro is a guy that sadly went to jail. Remember, they treated him as if he were mass murder when they arrested him. And he pushes back on Elon Musk. Cut 11.
Can we go back to Elon Musk for a second? Because I'm glad that you brought that up. He also took a shot at you personally on X, and he's going against the administration with respect to the tariff policy. The president has said in the coming months he may leave the administration. Peter, is there a rift internally?
No, I mean, Elon, when he's in his Doge lane, is great. But we understand what's going on here. We just have to understand. Elon sells cars. And he's in Texas assembling cars that have big parts of that car from Mexico, China. The batteries come from Japan or China. The electronics come from Taiwan. And he's simply protecting his own interests, as any business person would do. We're more concerned about Detroit building Cadillacs with American engines. And that's what this is all about. So it's fine. There's no riff here. Look, Elon.
All right, and it goes on a little bit more. He also talked about that Elon Musk is kind of flying by the seat of his pants when it comes to economics. After all, he's a Harvard professor. Isn't this kind of ironic that the guy that we would usually go after, and I'd be one of the first in line, the Harvard, and telling you it, is the guy that at this moment, in addition to President Trump, for 30 or 40 years has believed in this, seems to be driving things, along with the Lutnick guy. Are those two guys you're going to hang your hat on, or Elon Musk here, who tweeted out, so he's a Harvard economics professor. Not good. 855-839-1210. So there is debate about this, since it's such a big gamble, such a big deal, about the particulars of this. That's a good thing to me. You know, Navarro and Elon Musk, that's a different issue here. Elon Musk, I told you last week, 3 of the Tesla brand were in the top 10 that are the most American made. So I'd go easy, on going after Elon Musk on this. From Peter Navarro. We don't want to degenerate here into getting crazy over this whole thing, when the bottom line is there is honest debate about how far this goes. The big news of the day to me is that the EU has now signed off that they want to negotiate. Good. Let's fly them over and do it now. Let's move on this. All right. These are good things if we're going to get reciprocal tariffing, or as Musk said over the weekend in Italy, tariff-free zones. Let's have the world without tariffs. But if we are thinking, as Navarro does, this is going to be a huge source of revenue, meaning we're going to be taking in $600 billion a year plus in revenue to plug all this other stuff, I don't see that happening. And I see what's going to happen because you have so many entities out there right now. You're going to see more resistance. It's not targeted enough. So this could be a win here if we see these and put them up on the board, EU negotiating. And it makes the others feel uncomfortable that they have to do something. But in the end, it's China. That's what it always is. This will be cut 20. Here's an economist. We often have him on. We'll try again to get him on soon. He's much in demand. Stephen Moore, who's one of the president's economists, saying the real villain that made the market tank on Friday, he believes, is who, Stephen?
The real villain here is China. And as you know, the reason the market tanked today is because China tried to retaliate against us. I think that was like a economic declaration of war against the United States. And we have to have all our allies rally against China. They are an enemy of the United States. They're engaged in predatory trade practices. They don't play by the rules. They cheat and they steal. That's the country we have to bring to heel here.
And if we win this trade war, we could crush China. And I'm not talking just crush them. Like, we could put them out of business for a very, very long time.
We could.
Steve Moore, all right, tell your wife to have a drink and relax.
Right.
We'll go back Monday.
They cannot win a trade war with the United States.
No, I agree.
They cannot possibly win that. And Trump is using that leverage to force them to play by the rules.
Right. Well, it's the first time we've ever even fought this trade war after 40 years, which is a good.
Again, let's focus on China here. And what I like that Stephen Moore said there, he's not one of those guys they usually say on TV, an adversary. Stop it already. They're not an adversary. They are a stone-cold enemy. They're the enemy of the world. They're the existential threat. Take them on. That's all legitimate. Can they be toppled? Can they be pushed back? Their economy might be on the ropes a bit. That's where the focus is. And I'm all in on that part. All in on it and beyond. They are the enemy. And I'm glad that Stephen Moore is enunciating that. That's where we're going to need focus here to win this. So how about we get with the EU, we get the reciprocal thing going. We do it even before April 9th, when all these other things come into play. It's doable. Fly them over, we fly there, let's do it. And our focus then has to be on the hostiles. China, number one. That's the biggest threat out there. All right, the market is down about 850 points, which ordinarily that would be, wow, bad, very bad day. But in the context of what we've seen, it indicates some people are rallying. There's some different things going on, a lot of stuff in play. All right, let me give you the side question then. Coming off Joe Conklin on Saturday night, just brilliant beyond belief. Hit us with that all-time showman is the term I'm using, / entertainer. It can be sports, it can be film, it can be TV, or a live show. We haven't gotten anybody a live show that you've seen them. And you talk about how electric they were live. That Danny Gaines was really out of the box. Do we note it? We took some of them off, and we'll take more off. So you jump in. Henry, do you have one?
Yeah. Has anyone taken off Michael Jackson yet?
I don't think they said Michael Jackson.
All right,
No,
I mean,
so we'll take that. Yeah,
that seems
good.
like the obvious low-hanging fruit there.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy would just do a move, and people in the crowd would faint
Sure.
and get carried
Yeah.
out. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But in honor of the college basketball national championship game tonight, I'm going to take off a college basketball player by the name of Marshall Henderson.
Mm-hmm.
Marshall Henderson was all SEC at Ole Miss. He played with his emotions on the sleeve of his jersey, you could say. He would hit a shot, turn around, immediately talk trash to the crowd. He'd curse at him. He'd pull off a big upset, get up on the scores table, rep his Ole Miss jersey in front of the crowd as they're all flipping him off and yelling at him. He took Ole Miss to an SEC championship crown, but not much tournament success. I don't know if you remember this, Dom, but your LaSalle Explorers defeated his Ole Miss
the round of
Rebels
16.
in the round of 32,
32.
to go to the
Okay.
Sweet 16 that year.
Yeah, I
back
remember
in
when
2013.
LaSalle, the doctor guy was the coach.
Yeah, Dr.
Yeah.
John Giannini,
Yeah, they had a small rally outside of LaSalle until they were frightened away by crime in the neighborhood. Then the thing ended. That's my reporting. I went by it. I saw they were shooting firecrackers. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
he was an all-time showman.
Okay. All right. That's what we're looking for. And how are you feeling today with this? Jim Cramer wrong so far, going crazy over the weekend that this would be Armageddon. Charlie Gasparino, we really want to get back on, hit the nail on the head, giving you all this and how it can play out. So we're seeing some wins here. Isn't it time to move on those wins? Or there's some people seemingly out there that want this. You want this and you have some grand crusade attached to it. You can tell me what that is. We're winning slightly on this despite the damage. And I say winning is getting these countries to agree to something reciprocal and then moving on China sooner rather than later. I mean, really, do you have to prove a sacrifice by saying, well, I don't care if this goes on months. I'm not in the market and proud of it. Well, that's nice for you. So you're telling other people that are supportive that, you shouldn't be in the market. 401ks being in the market. I remember when people started talking about mutual funds. 62 to 65% of Americans are in the markets somehow or another. And I'm not pulling any punches today. Don't be afraid. We know about the Pelosi's. We know, and I'm hopeful that Elon Musk is going to go to town on getting to the bottom of how these politicians get inside information. The Pelosi's are right there in the front. There's 100 of them. Peter Schweitzer identifies them, and yet be worth $100 million off a salary of a congressperson or senate. How's that possible? Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene is worth millions, came out over the weekend, and moved her portfolio, large portions of it, out of stocks and into treasuries days before the big announcement from President Trump about how far this would go. So, come on, don't lecture on it. We don't need any lectures from Marjorie Taylor Greene. Do you think? Can she tell you, well, shut up? I don't think so. I don't need any lectures from Judge Jeanine either. None. Or do you like that? Do you like being talked down to by these people that are worth tens of millions of dollars and telling you, shut up about your 401k? Don't you get it? I'm going to keep on naming them till somebody tells me otherwise. Do you like that? Well, that shows loyalty. No, it doesn't. It shows she's insulated. She's in a bubble. That's what it tells me. There are legitimate debates going on here. 855-839-1210. You get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of zero down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call GUIDA today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, you're with Dom. Great side question today. Thanks to Joe Conklin, Pat Malloy, the Abington Police, the Keswick, and just a lot of Talk Radio 1210 listeners, the volunteer firefighters, Bernie Perrant, Angelo Cataldi there. It was a spectacular night. Boy, I wish he would do more with the City Rhythm Orchestra. He does his own comedy stuff, but, you know, it's a massive. You got 3 backup singers. You got 5 Conklins by my count, maybe even more in it. And then a cast of players that come and go in it. God, it's remarkable. So hopefully we'll see him down at Mulligan's this year. You know, and I just did the range, the ability to do stuff is you got to see it in person. Okay, that's our side question. 855-839-1210. Christian's in Wayne on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Christian.
How you doing, Dom and crew? I hope you're all well.
Thank you, Christian. Yes, thank you. You too.
I appreciate it on this icky day. So I don't want to, batter, be too much of a punk, but saying 401ks and making people get nervous is not the thing to do. If you think this market's going to be like this for now to eternity, like everyone did when Biden was running, then great. But this is a 3-week thing. How many people are caving at coming in at 0%? This is a temporary thing. In fact, if your broker's telling you to sell, get a new broker who's telling you to buy.
Okay. Well, I would tell you. I would tell you though, the difficulty here is it's not you're getting conflicting messages. That's always a problem. In other words, as I understand it with Navarro, Christian, it's not just about getting the EU and these others to negotiate zero tariff. They see this as $600 billion a year in income. I don't see that happening, and that's the thing that's more long-term. The other point is we're getting conflicting messages from Bessent and the guy that's the counsel in the White House with President Trump of exactly what the end goal is. And I know negotiating, but we got to have some semblance of what the end point is here.
So my advice, Tom, is if you like Amazon, buy it.
Okay.
And you'll make a bunch of money. If you like any of the top whatever stocks, buy it. Buy gas and nuclear. But selling is not what anyone should be doing right now.
Okay.
No one should be selling.
But
you have a blessed day, my friend.
Okay, well, thank you, Christian, very much. Now,
you take care.
Thank you, Christian. Nobody's saying to sell, okay? I'm just saying to, you don't have to fall in lockstep and say you're in agreement with a policy that has several people all over the place with this. Navarro is a problem, and Lutnick is a bigger problem, okay? The people that I look at here are making cogent points are Bessent, the Secretary of Treasury, J.D. Vance, who hasn't said much, though, the last few days when he's talked. So is this kind of, I'm looking at this headline on Fox, pregnant Tesla passenger seriously injured after large rock smashes windshield. Okay, what has to be done with this is, and I'm not sure why this has gone out of style. I'll see where this is here. What the police department has to do on occasions like this, police departments, listen to me. And this is what the Frank Rizzos of the world were good at. It becomes personal. There are certain things that happen that are so egregious that you say, well, you got manpower here and overshift. I said, find whoever did this, kick in the door, drag them here, and then put the pressure on the justice system to do something here. So we have a woman, and I'm not going to, it could be Amanda. We have a woman hit with a large rock thrown through the windshield, pregnant. Okay? Think of the possibilities going on here. Henry, if you can track that down, I just saw the headline. If I would like to know where it is, and the message is now, Kash Patel is doing some of this, Bondi's doing some of this. You have to freeze frame some of these people engaged in something like this and use that as your launch point to say, we're just not taking this. Yeah, but we got priorities over here. No. This is the priority. That you're going to stop doing this, that we're coming after you. We're going to hunt you as if you're the top criminal in the country. That's what's going to happen here, because this is the mobs that we saw over the weekend, the nonsense. And we have to break the people that are behind this. Now, I'm not saying it's organized, they have an office, the people that are engaged in this. What I am saying is, though, there's a loose confederation of all these groups. We played just some of it with their hands off. We should ask Brendan Boyle, too. Brendan Boyle, representing Northeast Philadelphia, overrun with people here illegally in your district, Representative Boyle, speaking in Philadelphia with the mob and telling us I have it here. Yeah, Brendan Boyle telling us that Trump is betraying the middle class. So let's think about this, Brendan. Your district is overrun where kids are going to be in mobile classrooms. Ever see those? At Lincoln and Baldy and places, Baldi, places like that. Eating lunch at 9:45 in the morning. And this is par for the course. And you're going to lecture us? Why? Because you're Irish and in politics forever and your brother? That makes you union and you're on the side of the middle class? Based on what? All right, Henry tells me this was in Vancouver. All right, same thing applies. What police departments have to do, because this is a worldwide thing, they have to ratchet up when you get an instance like this to show people how quickly we're going to be on you and maximum penalty. In other words, it's not about just the incident. It's about the idea that these people think they're going to continue to do this. So you have a pregnant woman in a Tesla, passenger. Thank God it wasn't a driver, really. Large rock thrown through. Woman in difficult condition because of this. And I see a headline like that. And this is with anything where there's a concerted group behind something to break the back of this and to say, no, you're not. You think you're a gang, we're a bigger gang. And we're not going to relent on this. We're coming after you. Put up rewards. I'm not sure if Elon Musk has done that or not. Engage in some of that. And make it quick. Say within a couple of hours, you have the people apprehended. Follow them through the justice system. This is what the media ought to be doing. Of course, though, they're vaguely sympathetic in some of this stuff. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. The term I've seized upon today is sucker rally. And there may have been some of this earlier this morning. In other words, people rush in thinking these stocks are so low, it's a good time to buy them. Now, this has happened before when we've had turmoil like this. And if the market doesn't stabilize, then you're stuck with it. So it's a good idea, sell high, buy low. But is that a sucker rally? And now the market's gone back the other way. All right, coming up, and you can help me on this. I have some thoughts. I love to play pool, just straight pool, not 8-ball. Shane Mulligan doesn't have a pool table. We could have a little thing going on there. But the competition in the UK, the entire UK women's pool final yesterday had 2 biological men competing. All right? I'll give you a couple theories on, you would think, well, wait a minute. I mean, I'm just theorizing on the fly this morning. Why would 2 men rise to the top, even in a sport that doesn't seem to require great strength, stamina? Well, it does require stamina or anything like that. Why would that happen? And how in the world does it happen that you have 2 men playing for the not one, but 2 of them? I mean, boxing, it's obvious, right? Long distance running, obvious. Football, obvious. Basketball, among the most obvious. Why in the world would you have no biological females playing? All right? And people already saying, well, why are you guys complaining? Obviously, there's no advantage. So why can't they compete against women? Well, I'll give you one coming up that just occurs to me looking at these two guys. But there might be others. All right? I'm looking at the bridge of the one guy. And yeah, I can see it here. And I got a couple. Even with pool is what I'm saying. There is an advantage. And it's just shameful that not one, but two of them are males. 855-839-1210. You get in, hit us on the side too. It's a great time to remind you, though, we are visiting Sicily. Yep, that's all happening. It's the crossroads of the world, and that's why the Normans, the Spaniards, my God, go back, the Romans, the Greeks were the first Germans, World War II. They all left their cultural mark. But we're going because of the sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe and Sicily and Calabria this fall. This is a great deal. Conservative Tours. If you've been, you know. You can tell other people how great their tours are. All this, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events, I should get the men. They know the local spots. These are feasts. And the wine, it flows big time. We're going to see bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call Conservative Tours now. They'll hook you up with all the details. 888, answer all your questions, 888-733-9494. The website, conservativetours.com. We'll also enjoy the Godfather Tour, the locales from all three movies. The crown jewel of Sicily, I'm told, is Taormina. That's on our list. I'll see you on Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples, Savoca, definite. Ancient, charming, picturesque. It's a country within a country. You saw White Lotus. That's why they had it in Sicily. It's one of the hottest places in the world to go to. Call 888-733-9494.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
It's the Spring Spectacular going on at TurnersvilleJeep.com as they're offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer's coming fast, and if you don't plan, you're going to be stuck home while everyone is making memories at the beach. Book your Memorial Day weekend stay today at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, my happy place. And I know you're going to love it. And it's never too early to book your June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights gets you $70, and 7 nights gets you $80 a night in resort credits that you can use at Hemingway's restaurant right on site, the outdoor pool bar, their beach concession stand, or in the gift shop where you can get passes for a whale-watching boat cruise. Always book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand Hotel at Cape May is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate event, baby and bridal shower. With 4 beautiful ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. So call and ask to talk to my friend Caitlin, and she will help you plan your dream event. Call them today at 800-257-8550 or grandhotelcapemay.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling.
Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel. Let's go mow. Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
A slow-moving cold front to our south and east will keep showers around at times through the rest of today. High temperature well below average at 48. Drier conditions return tonight, becoming partly cloudy late with a low 35. And for Tuesday, partly sunny, windy, and cold with a high 48.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, this is Dom. Who would have thought we'd be talking about pool? The music man here. Yeah, straight pool. Okay, so you have, before I get to that, let me go to Henry's got a news report on this rock thrown through a Tesla hits a pregnant passenger in the vehicle.
This past Sunday, just before 9 p.m., a Tesla was traveling north on Nanaimo Street towards East 27th Avenue when a 2-pound rock smashed through the windshield, seriously injuring a pregnant passenger. Police are still trying to determine where the rock came from and how it ended up crashing through the window. While they haven't confirmed any criminal intent, Vancouver police are investigating whether this could have been a targeted incident. It comes amid a series of recent acts of vandalism involving Tesla vehicles, as well as peaceful protests here in the Lower Mainland against Tesla CEO Elon Musk over his ties to the U.S. government. While the woman's injuries are serious, they're not considered to be life-threatening, and she's currently recovering. Police say she was inches away from being killed. VPD are also calling for any public assistance. If you were in the area of East 27th Avenue and Nanaimo Street this past Sunday around 9 p.m., or if you have any dash cam or ring cam footage, please contact Vancouver Police or Crime Stoppers. Any stories are serious.
All right, within an inch of possibly being killed. You know, I remember when we had people in the Middle East, the intifada. Well, we're only throwing rocks. You have other ways. Yeah, you get hit in the head with a rock. Go look up Goliath and see what happens here. Thanks for that, Henry. Yeah, that's Vancouver. They got to make a federal case out of this.
I can't believe they're looking to see if that's whether it's intentional or not. You look at
that
rock.
Yeah,
it's,
right. Yeah,
that's a rock you need 2 hands to throw. That's not, that didn't just fall off from somewhere. Someone threw that.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. So again, police departments have to stop being silly, realize what this is, and make a case. Make this the face of it. We're coming after you. Now, with the pool thing, I Googled it. My thought was one key thing in big-time pool now, not just if you're playing, and you may have a run. I think my high run may have been like 9 in a row, something like that. But I'm talking people that can run in straight pool, 50, 40, something. And I think they play straight pool. I don't know if they play 8-ball or 9-ball in this championship. If they do, then it's a silly championship. Got to play straight pool. But I thought immediately, it's a little bit, the first thing you think of is men can hit the ball harder by and large, these 2 males who are fair-sized. And that's an advantage in a lot of different ways in pool, okay? The thing I thought of, though, when you play at that level, reach. If you can more comfortably reach a lot of shots without really having to balance yourself, use weird things to be able to approach a ball in a key shot, a bridge, staying away from that. Anything you do like that takes away a little bit of a percentage. But apparently, studies have shown that men generally have better 3D perception, visual spatial skills than women. Not clear if the cause is biological or societal. These skills are critical in pool, especially for aiming. Any difference in the area is important. So I'm not sure with every male and every female how much of that would be. But how do we end up, again, in something like pool that seems to be removed from, because you think of football or basketball or something like this, even a sport like this, physical advantages matter where it's close. That's the whole point Riley Gaines has made. It's 100th of a second to try to shave that off when she was going against Leah Thomas. So this is cut 6. I think this is the media person for the Oklahoma softball team. And, Oklahoma is one of the big time, probably top 10.
The premier program in women's softball.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So they're number 1. And they're under fire here by somebody from the media that wants to know why or how many of the team attended Riley Gaines' talk. Riley Gaines, like it's the Communist Chinese Party now. They're actually, now this woman should have taken the Newt Gingrich approach and stood up and said, that's it. That's it. Go right after them. Here's how it sounded.
Coach, several members of the team attended Riley Gaines' speech earlier this week. She spoke highly of you and then spoke exclusively to the team after that event. Thoughts on her comments and the team's presence at that event?
I did not hear her comment, so I can't comment on something I didn't hear, but the fact that our team is there is it's their right, whether they want to go or not. So I support them in whatever they choose.
So do we have to, how would Riley Gaines, in any universe, who would it be like going to P. Diddy was here this week, and your team attended. They want to get some pointers. Or the Communist Chinese Party was here. They want to sign them up. They got a lot of money. Just wear America Sucks next year in your uniform, a little patch, and they'll pay you off. You can do that as a premier softball team. Ah, God.
It was Coach Patty Gasso saying those comments. I'd just like to say, though, Oklahoma is the 4-time defending national champion.
All right. So, again, how in the world does this come up that they went to Riley Gaines? Now, if I thought the person asking this was Riley Gaines inspirational? No, I take this to be, well, how many people were there? What are they doing going to Riley Gaines? Do you support that? Why in the world would you want to go with someone like that? How is it that Riley Gaines has physically been under attack multiple times on college campuses, once for hours imprisoned? I think it was San Francisco State when we've talked with her, that the premier softball team, why would these young women not want to go and hear Riley Gaines and aspire to be like Riley Gaines or be supportive of women in sports? In fact, somebody this good, a team this good, wouldn't you want to have someone like that as a motivational speaker? Are they afraid Riley Gaines said, you know what? I had to swim against a 6'4" male, and if I had another 10 yards, I would have beaten the hell out of him. I tied him, as remarkable as that is. I think that's pretty inspirational. Oh, no. And remember, it is Oklahoma. So I'd love to know, is the media member or is this guy from Oklahoma wanting to know about Riley Gaines? It's reached Oklahoma now. You know, if it were Philadelphia media, you could understand, oh, Riley Gaines was there. You support that? All right, 855-839-1210. All right, we are looking for an all-time showman entertainer, a la Joe Conklin. Let's go to Ron. This is a real good one. We should have taken off. It meets the showman part of this big time. Ron in South Jersey. Hey, Ron, good afternoon. What do you have?
Good. Sammy Davis Jr. live.
Well, tell me about it. Go ahead. Yeah, right?
We wanted to go see Frank Sinatra, but the tickets were sold out.
Okay.
So I said, let's go see Sammy Davis Jr. because I hear he's pretty good. So we go there. He's singing, dancing, playing the tambourines. He's playing his banjo, and he's twirling pistols. And it's unbelievable the talent this guy had. He did everything. I probably forgot a few things because it was a long time ago. And my wife says, you know, she wasn't a big fan of him, but she says, this is the greatest entertainer I ever saw.
That is a great thing. As an all-round, I never saw him in person, but as an all-round entertainer, same kind of thing. People say that about Sammy Davis. The multi-talented part of this is always attractive. Yep, without a doubt. Thank you, Ron. That's good. That's what we're looking for. Particularly if you saw them in person. Of course, there's a big moment where it's Joe Pesci's girlfriend in Goodfellas, which is a classic, not just a good film, where Goodfellas, they're talking about Sammy Davis, and she said, you could see how you could fall for him. And remember, this is like the 60s. I forget the exact date that they're at the Copacabana. That's kind of frowned upon. Joe Pesci. Oh, Tommy. Oh, God. I'm just amazed Tommy didn't get killed earlier in Goodfellas. I mean, that was a poor look. I know Scorsese, had to have a period of time to develop the character, and he wants to do a 2-hour movie.
Yeah.
So you can't kill him in the first 30 seconds, which probably would have happened to him, given the stuff that he was doing. I mean, even there, you shoot a guy in the foot, okay, but then you hit Christopher from The Sopranos and kill him. They're going to take you out sooner rather than later. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You can get in. How do we get two guys showing up and playing each other? And what kind of clown organization goes, no, that's it. If it were one guy playing against a female, maybe we give him the pool title. No. Two guys now. And we're told, this isn't happening. You're making it up in women's sports. Why is the other side so wedded to this? I'll tell you one of the reasons, in no particular order, they're so wedded to this. They're afraid of their base. Their base, their mob. You saw them seething this weekend. And their base wants to defy reality. So do they. They're going to die on this hill. And again, I've said it in the Trump campaign. I think they spent $40 million on this issue in female sports. I would have said, look, we're going to spend $500 million here. I might not run any other commercial. And I've told you why. Americans reject this. They see this as the badge of what the Democrat Party has become. And people that don't pay attention to the nitty-gritty of politics, when they're told this party supports two guys winning the women's pool tournament, this party says, no, hell no with that. I'm voting for this party when I have a chance. They refuse to face up to it. It's my pleasure. Continue to do this. Newsom is one of the few that's smart on this. He realizes you got to try to move away from this. Nope, they're not going to. All right, 855-839-1210. Several updates. Adam Schiff, the pencil neck, the Adam's apple. He's on yesterday on Meet the Press, and she pressed him a bit. Didn't you know that Joe Biden was non compos mentis? Didn't you know that? We'll play that next here and take your calls with Dom.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Alina Spies is with us in studio. You've been with TMF for quite some time. Tell us about that.
Someone who was working with TMF came through and he's like, hey, wait, you're a combat vet. Have you ever heard of Travis Manion? And I said, no. So he handed me over the book. I read it. My first presentation was to our Trooper Youth Week, which is our students coming over, getting a taste of what our academy is like, a taste of the New Jersey State Police, and I absolutely fell in love.
Don't get it wrong, folks. It's not Alina Spies. It's Alina Spies, or she'll kick your ass. Great stuff.
Thank you so much.
You got it.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to Newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
That's it. We're coming through the rear of the Copacabana. Flip the guy a 50 or whatever it was there, and that's how you get a table. They take the lamp and just put it over anywhere there. You know, when what's the actress name?
Lorraine Bracco.
Yeah, when she says, "They told me to hide the gun. I know most of my girlfriends would have left. I have to admit, it turned me on." That's a great film. Come on now.
Pretty good.
All right, let's go to Robert in Ben Salem. Robert, good afternoon. I've been saving up a biggie for you because you are the premier guy on this. Be ready, right?
Yes, sir.
right.
How you doing, Henry? Dan, Dom, it's good to talk to you guys today.
All right.
How you doing?
Good. I've been thinking about this weekend. I've found several of these guys prattling on that part of this whole thing, they want to weaken the dollar. And I've been high and low, and the next economist I get on, I'm going to ask them, why would we ever want to weaken the value of the dollar?
They think that artificially makes our trade balance better because it makes people want to buy more American goods.
Right.
But that's not the issue at all, okay? What Donald Trump is doing, I don't know if you noticed or not, but demand for the dollar on the world markets is up, okay? The dollar is getting stronger, and we just need to stay the course. You're thinking long-term, Dom, stay with it but that's not why I called. The reason why I called is because I'm hearing about this pool thing with the men taking over the women, and I'm getting so sick of it. And I think after that fencer took that stand last week, it's time for women to start seriously boycotting these events. But do not call it a boycott. Call it a girl cot. I'm telling you, Dom, that would start a movement. You know how people respond to language. You know how people respond to terms. I could see females wearing short shirts that say it's time for a girl cot or boycotts.
Or if they're,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, if they're like in the Soviet Union, they're topless and they print it across. That's always a way to get attention.
Man, that was over in France when they were doing that protest.
Yeah, yes.
I mean, you're in France. You can't find better. Never mind. I'll leave that one
I
alone.
knew where you were going. I'm not saying I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, I know.
I mean, at least make it fun, guys. You know.
But Robert, you know what? I'm in agreement with you, but you know me. Part of me taking a knee to that guy, I think it was a brave thing because she's given up something. I just would rather have another way where she charges him, jumps on his back or something. And
I would have liked to have seen her win. You know, I got to tell you something, Don. If I see a woman competing in a primarily man's sport, I always like the underdog, so I'm going to kind of be interested to see if she can do something amazing, you know?
Well,
but
that's why
forget about it.
I would take the heart of Riley Gaines and put it into one of these women. And then she's told us off the air, too. Yes, if I just had another 10 yards, I would have beaten the hell out of Leah Thomas.
Why can't you compete with guys? I don't understand this.
Yeah.
I don't care how you think you feel inside. You're a guy, compete with guys, especially at pool. I mean, what?
Yes.
I don't get that at all, Dom.
But there are advantages. You know, it's very close when you're at that level, Robert, and the slightest edge, and I gave you some of the edges, they make, but two of them.
Well, if you ever have a get-together where there are pool tables, Dom, I might be able to show you a few things. I used to actually shoot for money. If I didn't win, I didn't eat back when I was a teenager, and I got very good at it.
Wait a minute. Are we going to have to break your thumbs after you hustle us? So
then I won't be able to play ping pong either, but I'll keep my side.
Wait a minute. Before that, what's your high run?
My high run?
Yeah.
17.
That's pretty good. I mean, 9, and it was on a friendly table. You put, I need a table where the pockets are friendly. I'm not playing on the unfriendly pockets.
No, that's a bar table, Dom. You want to go to a real table, like an 8 or 9 footer, man. You got to shoot on those.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So what's your answer today?
My answer to the side question is William F. Cody, known as Buffalo Bill. He brought the Wild West back east, and he had a special attraction who was a woman, by the way, who the Native Americans referred to as Little Sure Shot, and her name was Annie Oakley. And you guys have yourselves a great day, okay?
Thank you. That's what Joe Conklin would do. In other words, he brings on the stage these people. I'm telling you, this guy with the Saquon, when he came on the stage, I was like with Rowers, what's the matter with you? Oh, my God, this is brilliant. And the Sinatra guy had that air of confidence singing My Way that I actually said, yes, he's allowed to sing My Way.
You have to. I mean, you got to have some confidence. If you don't, if he's not presenting it to the crowd, you're not going to buy it.
I'm already making moves to get these guys the Mulligans, the Mulligan Circuit, and Joe Conklin. We're already working on it. All right, coming up, Tom DeBello, the commissioner out in progressive nutty land of Montgomery County with us because at their last meeting, and I'll read you some of the quotes, they had all these activists saying, you got to put up a welcoming umbrella around us in Montgomery County so Trump can't do anything to us. And the mini-me, the second in command in Montgomery County to the Mr. Softy guy, says, well, we're on your side, but we're afraid. We're on a tightrope, her word was, put up by a tightrope of Trump, a Trump tightrope. We don't want to lose federal funding. Oh, my God, Hosanna. That's straight ahead here on Talk Radio 1210.
You know the story of the 3 bears? They all sold replacement windows. You remember that, right? So Goldilocks goes up to the big bear and he tries to feed her a humongous price. And luckily she didn't bite. She checked out the bear with that unusually low price and realized his windows, well, they're sort of like what the bear does in the woods. But then she called Keystone Window. We're the middle bear. A high-quality Energy Star vinyl window, a better value. Like Goldilocks always says, just right. And you know how the story ends? She lives happily ever after because Keystone Window carries a 50-year warranty. That had Goldilocks singing with joy, so we asked her to sing our jingle. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day 1, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor Inc. 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every Joan. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in. Always good to talk with Tom DeBello, who is in the progressive kingdom of Little Philadelphia. Sometimes even more progressive. Remember the Mr. Softy truck guy? The head commissioner out there who was going to go to the prisons to extract every vote, how that was stopped? Well, they did their commissioners meeting on Thursday night in Lower Merion. And I'm looking at coverage of the activists who showed up. Pam Albright of Cheltenham Township was one of 6 people who spoke about concerns over the Trump administration's enforcement action against immigrants, including those with legal status. Oh, Mr. Mahmood, I think. By the way, Dom Giordano's show note, I'll get to it, 3 Penn students have been removed. Penn? Does the Trump administration have no bounds? I mean, he went to the Wharton School. So activists after activists stand up. Randy LeBrose, a Cheltenham Township resident, said he and other neighbors ran a Know Your Rights training recently for immigration community members. Nice work there, Randy. How about lighting a candle for Lake and Riley while you're at it? All right, let's go to Tom DeBello, because the news to me was the mini-me. The second in command at the commissioners said, oh, we're with you, but we have to work behind the scenes because we are afraid of losing federal funding. Tom DeBello, Montgomery County Commissioner on Talk Radio 1210. Tom, welcome in. And when you heard that, did you do the Danny Thomas water or coffee thing? Were you surprised?
Yeah, first off, thanks for having me on. And, one of our goals that I pushed for was to have these county commissioner meetings on the road. So this was our third one that we did, and they're really geared towards listening and hearing from the local community about things that they feel important to them. But what we did have was, as you mentioned, these people coming in from other parts of the county, really pushing this agenda item of what they call the welcoming community resolution. And they've been in Norristown, they've gotten up and they've said this, and they're really trying to push my fellow commissioners to doing something. And I found it quite interesting when the response that first off, there's no real teeth or means nothing. It's just pandering if we do something. But what their really goal is to, they want to create these welcoming policies that set initiatives or practices that are like aimed at creating an inclusive or supportive environment for all residents, but really paying particularly, what they really mean is paying attention to immigrants. But what they don't talk about is they're trying to cover or protect the illegals that have come over the border in the last 3 to 4 years, the 10 to 12 million that's been discussed over and over in the news. So the comment to sit there and say, we're with you, we agree with you, but we have to be careful because we don't want to lose federal funding. I was really surprised at that comment. I was sitting there thinking to myself, why would we sit there and make a comment like that? Like that makes no sense to me. It's because we're going to create what? Like, what are we going to do that's going to hinder any type of federal funding? I mean, the counties has doubled down, is moving full force with DEI initiatives, hiring four more DEI employees, which of course I voted no against. So I'm not sure what we're doing, what they're talking about doing.
Tom, I can answer. They don't want to get on the radar screen here, and I think that's good. That there is at least a sense when all this shakes out that you're going to be under scrutiny if you're too bold with this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but what they also said that I found interesting was that they talked about home rule county conversation came up, and and if anybody's familiar or not familiar with home rule, just look at what's going on in Delaware County right now. Delaware County voted to go to home rule several years ago, and it was a way for the Democratic Party to completely take over the entire county. And they're a complete mess down there now, and we've seen the tax increases that they experienced last year and all that. So they're up to something. They're up to planning and they're working with the solicitor because that's what he basically said during the meeting. We're talking, we're working with the solicitor to figure out, how we're going to move forward. And people out there listening, they better wake up and understand that there is a movement, and this movement is going to occur right here in Montgomery County as well, because the Democrats are going to do everything they possibly can to ensure that there are no Republican leadership anywhere in Montgomery County.
Okay, well, let's break that down. So what does that mean? What did they do in Delco, Tom, this home rule thing explicitly? What does that mean?
Well, they voted, I forget what year it was, they voted for the county to go to home rule. And when it passed, it was where they went to 5 commissioners, which are all now Democrat commissioners. And the home rule charter really, it was written more or less for municipalities generally, but there were some counties that took it on, and it was supposed to be the preface was to say for better, responsible, balanced government. But when you actually watch the inner workings of what goes on, you see that when these home rules get put in place, it becomes one party driven.
Okay.
And in its simplest terms, excuse me, it's really, it's supposed to give more autonomy to the public. Well, that's not what happens because when you take and you have only one party leadership, then they become the sole source of
Sure.
making all decisions within the.
Yeah.
Montgomery County, the charter, the way the charter is now, in Montgomery County, there has to be a minority commissioner. So in other words, there has to be both party representation.
I got you. Hey, Tom, thank you on this. Just a parting thing. Maybe it'll come up at some meeting. Did you see over in Upper Darby, the mayor was exposed as being a Dallas Cowboy fan? I have my doubts about those other two commissioners. The Mr. Softy guy might be a Dallas Cowboy fan. I don't know that, but it's worth looking at.
Yeah, I'll definitely look into that. But thanks for having me on, and we'll stay in touch.
All right, thank you, Tom. Thanks for the information as always. So imagine, even there, the commissioner, the second in line commissioner, says we're walking a tightrope. We have to be careful. We don't want to lose federal funding. So I hope we're going to see the Trump administration. I know they've sent it to the school districts. Phoenixville would be where I would start here locally. They're bold. They're in the Inquirer. Not going to comply with all this stuff, the trans stuff, the DEI stuff. Let's see, when you take away $1 million, $2 million from these school districts, what do they tell people then, the school boards and others? Do they tell them we're standing strong? Don't worry about that? I don't think so. All right, 855-839-1210. Now, let me throw this in, and I'm coming to your calls. I remember it was at least last year, that it wasn't only the last couple of years, last year and the previous year, I want to say, we had this situation where the former Attorney General, along with the King of Hair, Phil Murphy, you may remember, they followed the will of the people. People wanted recreational marijuana in New Jersey. I'm on board with that. Okay. And then the Attorney General, he's not the Attorney General now, the previous M. Murphy said, well, we can't trust the police, essentially, since they can't go after people of color who are adults now on marijuana. They're going to go after younger people of color. And that led to this edict from the Attorney General reining in the cops, taking away their authority. And what did we see at the Jersey Shore? We saw chaos, even in places like Ocean City. Punks saying, you can't tell me to move on here. Yeah, I'll have your job, all that stuff. Wildwood just doubled down on what they're going to do this summer. We'll have the mayor on when we get closer in May to all this. But Gloucester Township now has postponed indefinitely their annual carnival. And they've done this because of, quote, credible threats of unlawful and violent activity on social media. Now, it's true, they had big fights there, and I was convinced that some of this stuff is that police can't break stuff. In other words, they just don't have their authority. Hey, cops, move on. You know what's going to happen if you don't. Remember all that the last couple of years? I just don't understand governments, though. Instead of tracking them down, who is putting these threats out there, which may or may not be legal threats or able to do, track them down, bring them in. Let's see if they can make these kinds of threats. And two, gear up to say, we're holding the carnival, and that's it. We'll have maximum police force. We're calling in police forces from other towns, and we're asking for the state police. So what should be the reactions wherever you live, your town, if they get what they call credible threats on social media about a carnival where they did have some fights? Should it be to say, hell no, we're going to go forward with this. We're going to double go forward with it. Or should it be, oh, no, we can't be doing that. The solicitor, the lawyers say we got to postpone this indefinitely until these mobs calm down. Now, I thought that many have struck back around the issue of protecting when you get these threats. But apparently not. 855-839-1210, you get on board. By the way, a lot more over the weekend, and I teased this, and I wanted to play it now, then we'll come to your calls. Here is Adam Schiff. This is Cut 13. And I have to give credit sort of to Welker on Meet the Press, asking about how in the world would you not know that Joe Biden was incapable of anything, let alone being president of the United States? And I would argue a few months into him taking over the turn, even prior to that, it should have been obvious. But we'll give it a few months. Yeah, my one theory was, well, he was never that smart, never that bright. That's true, just a gas bag. So maybe it wasn't apparent, but it was apparent pretty quickly, certainly within 3 to 6 months at the beginning of his term, let alone 3 years in. Here's Adam Schiff with Welker breaking that down.
I do want to ask you about the Democratic Party. There's a new book out by Chris Whipple, who reports that in the days before President Biden's devastating debate performance with President Trump, his first chief of staff, Ron Klain, returned to help him prep. Klain reports that he was surprised by the fact that he thought that President Biden was struggling to focus. He said he seemed confused about President Trump's policies and even fell asleep by the pool after cutting one debate prep session short. Do you think that former President Biden's advisors misled the American people about his capacities?
It's hard for me to gauge what the closest advisors of the president were seeing at the time. I can only speak to the interactions that I had with him, which were, in the months leading up to his getting out of the race, largely ceremonial occasions. But I will say this. He made the decision to get out of the race. I think that was the right decision. The vice president, as the vice president, I think ran a great campaign, but could not run away from being a representative of the status quo. And the fact is that people are hurting and have been hurting for a long time. This is a, frankly, decades in the making problem where people are working harder than ever and still can't get by.
Ms. Welker, are you there? How about a little interruption? I would have interrupted about 30 seconds in. Let's stick to this. Let's talk about a few of these encounters. And you, as somebody who is the impeachments are and all these other things, your observations were that this is certainly within bounds. I don't see too much here. What are we talking about? Let's have the person stick to this. We don't need the tangential here till we get to the bottom of this. Because the cover-up was beyond real, even more than we thought. And we thought the worst pretty early on. The Hur testimony. You remember that, the guy that said, well, this guy is amicable, but he doesn't know what he's doing in any way, shape, or form. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210.
I thought it was pretty relatable how Biden cut work short early to go fall asleep by the pool.
Oh, yeah, exactly. He doesn't have time for this debate.
Yeah, what am I, running for the president of the United States here? I don't know.
And Ron Klain didn't sound the alarm bell to anybody, including even inside the own party, although they did rig it to have that early debate to allow some time. They may have thought that was coming. But it was obvious a long time ago. Well, it's obvious about the guy. He's not presidential. He never was. And I say that across party lines. Dan Quayle shouldn't have been vice president. But Biden was president. And Dan Quayle was not in the throes of whatever Biden cognitively has in addition to everything else. It's an obvious thing, a tremendously obvious thing. She should have intervened more here. She brought up the question, fair question. Give him 30 seconds or so to see if he stays on point, and then break it down. And what's the reason? Well, I'm waiting to see the House of Representatives. Are they truly going to try to get to the bottom of who was making the decisions? Who actually was running the country? Those are criminal acts, potentially. They didn't have the power of the presidency. We know several things with the pen and everything else. We need answers to that. It gets to the 25th Amendment, too. We have it. It's dangerous in some ways. Remember the early term of Trump? They were going to sign off on him because they didn't like his policies. But in this would not invoke the 25th Amendment. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Hit us on the side question. Coming up, this Gloucester Township story. Should they go forward with this? Oh, come on. You can just postpone. Why have anything then? When you have people that can threaten you on social media and you cave in and say, we can't protect the public here, the mob might do what they did before, then you shouldn't be in charge. And I think it's Gloucester Township. Isn't that Mayor, one of my favorite all-time nicknames? David Mayor. Yeah, no, yeah, it's like Catch-22. Mayor over there in Gloucester Township cannot even hold a carnival because he's afraid of the mob. Is that the new leadership? Is that what we want in leaders to say? Out of an abundance of caution, we're not going to do anything. The mob is threatening us. They're going to fight on Twitter. Get more cops. Get more buses to put them on. Get more jails to put them in. Have judges right there. Seamus McCaffrey's not doing anything. Have him come over right there. Arrest him. Bring him before Judge McCaffrey. Sentence him there. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good
for all of us.
I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210. WPHT.
All right, it is downtime. Hit us with that all-time showman, that all-time entertainer. Could be in any walk of life. This is a real outside-the-box one. coming up that I like. All this coming off Joe Conklin. And I'll give you the details on these 3 Penn students who've had their immigration statuses terminated, says the Inquirer. Also aware of reports of encounters with ICE agents at Penn and additional visa revocations. They would have you believe when you read this, though, they're just because they're pro-Palestinian. No, I think it's more they're pro-Hamas, and that's why they were targeted. All right? So we'll keep our eye on this. I'll give you the details on it, hitting close to home here. All these things are working, in my view, wonderfully. Let's go to Bill in Bucks County, though, on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, good afternoon.
Good afternoon there, Dom. And hello there to Henry and Jim.
What's up, Bill?
All right, thank you.
And Dan.
Yes, all right.
So one of the things I wanted to mention was that obviously you were talking about last week Bob Harvey running against Brian Fitzpatrick. And
yes.
I thought he didn't have a snowball's chance, but, Trump is betting the farm and all the livestock on this one tariff situation. And next month is a primary here in Bucks County and elsewhere throughout Pennsylvania, and things could turn. I just don't know.
All right, we'll see. I'm not going to say that anywhere near that yet. So what do you have on your side today, Bill?
Okay. The king of the UHF TV infomercial. He invented the slicer dicer and rotisserie and just all these kitchen gadgets.
Well, more than that. Okay, go ahead. Give me a tip. I'll give you the more than that after.
Okay. And he coined the phrase "set it and forget it," and then one of the other things that he's always used to say was, "But wait, folks, there's more."
Yes.
And he could sell the Eskimos air conditioners. That's all I could say. Ron Popeil.
Yes, Ron Popeil is a very good one. But in addition to that, now a day like today, it was a little bit of a problem for him, was the spray on hair. He would spray it on. Now, Rudy may have been using that at some point, and it looked great. It did look like hair, but there was a problem. You couldn't go out in the rain with it. Might be an issue. Remember that. I'm standing there spraying stuff. All right. So, by the way, Scott Presler, not today, but tomorrow, he just asked me, and he's got great data. I can tell he's fired up again. So, Henry, put him on the sheet for 2 o'clock tomorrow. We'll hear Scott Presler with his weekly report. He was a bit down after Wisconsin, but great updates on Pennsylvania and New Jersey. All right, let me go to Mary in Gloucester Township, Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Mary.
Hi. I'm calling in. I'm a resident of Gloucester Township.
Yes,
I
Mary.
live behind the park where they have Gloucester Township Day.
Okay.
And it was a fiasco last year. And not only does it affect, I live right behind the park, so the police did do a good job in keeping them out of the neighborhood, but it spilled across the street into the shopping center, and they trashed some of the stores. Right. They had to lock down. But on the Township Talk page, there's also speculation that the reason it's being postponed is because the mayor is up for re-election. Gloucester Township Day is, the first Saturday,
right.
And he's up for re-election the following Tuesday. So speculation is that if the crowds can't be controlled, that it could adversely affect his re-election.
Well, Mary, I don't know if you listened over the years, but I know Mayor, and he is as petty of a little dictator as we've ever seen in a town. Constant raising taxes, red light cameras, and of course, he made national news by saying we're going to blow sirens off fire trucks and others at 7 p.m., I believe it was, or maybe 6:30 on Trick or Treat night. Remember that?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So. What a punk move, Mayor. Yeah, Mary, thank you for that. I never would have seen that. I wish the media would report that the mayor's election is shortly thereafter.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Read between the lines.
Yeah, I got you. Thank you, Mary, very much.
Wow.
All right. So Mayor, never called before, David Mayer, the mayor of Gloucester Township. So are people, yeah, they're Democrats there. They're crazy. They can continue to vote for this, but I guess if it really got bad, instead of saying, you know what, we're going to send a message, not in my town. Now he can raise all of his taxes. Ray, I hope you're listening today out there. You know more about him than any human. The red light cameras, I remember he thought were a good idea because people would slow down and see all the great stores in Gloucester Township. And Stu Bykowski and I were among the leaders at getting it out there nationally that he was going to stop you from trick-or-treating. I mean, I'd have to go back in the archives here, but as I remember, it was a pretty early time. Nope. Anything after that, you're not doing that in Gloucester Township. So how in the world does someone like that continue to get elected? Because he's the chief Democrat. Their Democrats are crazy. So if that's the case, this is happening awfully close to an election of some sort. I'll check on it. They feel free, they can come on. Imagine not being able to secure your town. And look, I realize that part of this stemmed from the Murphy and that former attorney general. We saw it at the Shore, too. We had on the police chief of Avalon and others saying, I got this kid jumping off a small bridge. Anything can happen. I would just take him home. The cop on the scene there, Avalon, and he said, no, the kid's just a punk. It's, what are you going to do to me? You know, he knew his rights. Remember, even Ocean City erupting. Ocean City. Why? Because of those changes, for the reason I told you. So I realize they're putting it to a difficult spot. But Wildwood fought back last year, and they're fighting back even more this year. You mean to say you're going to let people on social media determine that you will have to have this after, for some reason? Could the reason be, yeah, let's do it after the election? Going to be very interesting to see. I guess it's the primary, right? I guess it would be the Democrat primary we're talking about. Because I don't know if a Republican can win there. Amazing. Amazing. It is that this guy is an all-timer. Mayor, we haven't spoken about this in quite a while, but God. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. I'll give you more information. 3 Penn students have their immigration statuses terminated. Henry, if you can look at the Daily Pennsylvanian, let me see if you know anything on this. Their paper, the student paper. I'll look more on the Inquirer. Kind of interesting, and they're afraid that, what's the name, is on campus. That on campus we have ICE agents over at Penn. Maybe they're taking courses. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Let's talk about the good stuff for a moment, though, and that would be Sicily. Now, Ro and I have been with listeners, huge number of listeners, twice to Italy over a 10-year period. And we've hit Rome and Venice. Love Venice last time. Love the end of the trip with Conservative Tours, too. They took us to these resort areas. Great cap to the trip. But Sicily is exotic, picturesque, one of a kind. That's why all kinds of groups have been in Sicily, and they've all left their cultural mark. We're going this fall. The sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe and Sicily and Calabria. Conservative Tours. You've heard us talk. Just the name tells you how they cater to talk radio listeners, right? $55.44. That's all. That includes airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy, the wine, the food, the local ambiance, the color of it. They know it all. It's stuff of legend. We'll hit bustling Palermo, the Quattrocanti, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Just call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We even enjoy the Godfather Tour, visit the locales from the movie, all 3 of them. The crown jewel of Sicily, I'm told, is Taormina. That's top of our list. But Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples, Savoca. This is Italy. This is Sicily. It's ancient, charming, picturesque, a country within a country. Call them now. They'll give you all the details, answer any question that you have. Call 888-733-9494.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The Philadelphia Trans Wellness Conference won't be held this year. The organization behind it wants to hold a year-round program instead. The president of the Pennsylvania Energy Authority is asking for more city funding after being hit hard by federal cuts. And the Minecraft movie smashes box office projections with a $300 billion global opening.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
A slow-moving cold front to our south and east will keep showers around at times through the rest of today. High temperature well below average at 48. Drier conditions return tonight, becoming partly cloudy late with a low 35. And for Tuesday, partly sunny, windy, and cold with a high 48.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. I love this story, maybe because I am a procrastinator on this, although I can get on planes and everywhere that I know of, even though I'm checking with a passport, which I'm renewing for our big trip to Sicily, the real ID. Here's the latest wrinkle, and maybe we'll get somebody on this. And they're right. Republicans are pressing Mr. I get blank done. You know that guy? The guy, the chameleon, Joshi, because they want to know you're going to have to take a more aggressive approach, they write to him, in opening up more hours so that people can get this, in my view, cockamamie, real ID. I mean, we're going to do real ID, yet we have 20 million people running across the country that we don't know where they are, where they're coming from, and more trying to get in. And yet we have to go through the pain of this. And that's going to reassure us to do what? Well, you don't have any identification. That's okay. You don't have your real ID. Oh. So the Republicans, right. Henry, I'll give you the number during the break. Maybe we'll get them on before the end of the show. I think they'll provide somebody. We understand you have done something open in more locations on Mondays. They say PennDOT locations should be open for additional hours in the evening because people have to work. Should be open on Sundays, and those are in line to get a real ID at the time of PennDOT the location is to close should be able to complete the real ID process that day. Oh, here we go, back to again, the same thing as when we voted. So if you get in there, you're in line, you put up with this nonsense, they say you ought to be able to, it's going to cost. Is that it? Constituents have relayed stories about waiting in line for hours only to be told they have the wrong documents or they already possess a non-driver's license compliant real ID. What? We stand ready to help engage in any public awareness campaign necessary to try and ensure these issues are resolved. In that vein, we're requesting you work more with legislative leadership, pertinent chairs, keep us regularly informed about real ID implementation, how it's going, how many Pennsylvanians are compliant. I think it was around a quarter the last time we looked. In closing, we want to recognize the excellent committed work of PennDOT employees with this. We stand ready to help. Okay. So here's a guy, again, that goes out of his way to tout all the things he gets done. Now, I don't know how many times they put it back. As you can tell, I'm not a fan of the real ID stuff. So am I just a procrastinator? Maybe you've taken care of yours. Do you have a story? Have you been in any of these situations? And the bottom line is, should they push it back again? Oh, my God, the country. Well, maybe if we didn't have 12 to 20 million people here, we don't even know how many illegally. Is that what we're worried about? Well, we're worried about terrorism. But let's not profile anything here. Nope, don't do that. Where's your real ID? See, I see this as bothering people again versus doing the stuff that would actually prevent more fears of this. So should they push it back again? It doesn't appear to be this time that Shapiro wants to do that. And is it too much to say, hey, I'm here. Well, we're closing up. That's it. Yeah, I waited 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, wait till you see what we do when you want to vote. All right. If we remember the Battle of Bucks County. So 855-839-1210. Hit me right now. Have you tried to do this? What's your plan? When are you going to do this? We'll hit them up, see if they come on here to give us the latest on this. Or do you say, you guys just procrastinated? Why did you take so long on this? I mean, I just mailed in my license renewal, and I was deciding, am I going to go through this and do this or get the license, and then I have a passport? I'm even a little bit unclear. And they're saying, shouldn't there be more of a public relations campaign to reassure people all these facts that they're bringing up? Or are these just Republicans trying to chip away at Mr. I get blank done? All right, is that the way we see it? So I'm encouraged that they're on this. I think it's a good issue to bring up here. I don't understand the nonsense around it. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless coming to your calls. Just push pound 1210. We'll get to you. Jump in. Tell me your experience, where you are with this. I thought I saw 25% of drivers may have real ID at this point. So I'll do the math here. By the time this ends on May 7th, this crunch, maybe 50% might have it. Maybe. So there's a big gap here. Why is that? Well, look at all the demands on people. Just look at the cost. I mean, I filled out my licensure and I filled out my owner's card. And just continuing at $5 on, $5 more here. For what? Because they can. Because that's what they're going to do. So if you tried to comply with this, if you run into any difficulties, 855-839-1210. Let's go to Joe in Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon. My person of a showmanship quality is the circus master of a Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey circus, a person who combines a commanding presence with the barking voice of a military general.
Well put, Joe, as always. Yeah, that is a showman. That's where some of this comes from. All right, I want to hear from you next. 855-839-1210. Jump in here. Have you tried to do this? What's your plan? Mondays are a critical day. And I think, again, it's extraordinary, the demand that PennDOT should go all out to try to accommodate this in the ways that I just laid out for you. And again, I'm not a fan of thinking this is the magic. You know, I see things like this as inconvenient for people versus people that shouldn't be here. People that are terrorist threats, like the guy over at Columbia, Mr. Mahmoud. People supporting Hamas that are here on green cards or visas. And we're going to jump through hoops for them, but Americans have to go through this. Yeah, well, you don't seem like you're too compliant. 855-839-1210. Jump on board. Hey, spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort, flexibility, with a powerful blend of green-lipped muscle complex and UC2 collagen. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage, promotes smoother, more comfortable joint movement. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF. That's right, RELIEF, to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF, RELIEF. Buy one, get one free for Rescue Glyco Plus.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You could not offer me a salary high enough to work for SEPTA.
That's a tough gig.
Is that worst job ever for you? I think worst job ever for me would be flight attendant. You can't throw them out, like you could if you were bartending or something.
$250,000 a year. You driving a SEPTA bus?
$250,000?
$250 a year.
How many days a week do I have to work?
You got to work 40 hours, Harry.
40?
Yeah,
no, that's too much.
Yeah, I mean, come on, let's go, Harry. What are we doing here, all right?
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go!
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. This offer is now extended through the end of April, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations through April 30th.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. So, Real ID, the pushback here, make it more convenient for people. We got to go through this. Here we go. That would seem to be reasonable here with PennDOT, particularly if you're there before, the close and all that. They should have to do it. All right, let me go to Wayne in Philly. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Wayne, good afternoon.
Hi, how are you?
Good, Wayne.
Can you hear me? I'm in a truck on I-95 heading north.
Oh yeah, you're fine. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like a cynic or an elite Republican, which I'm a diehard, a rarity living in Mayfair for the next year or two.
Okay.
Until we head to a nice red state somewhere. But I've had my Real ID for 3.5 to 4 years. And I guess when I hear the 25% numbers, I have to blame the American public for that in Pennsylvania, if you will. Simply because I just feel like people procrastinate and then they want to blame the government for them procrastinating. And I don't disagree with, if we're in a crisis, to go ahead and extend hours. And I got your Shapiro comments and so forth. And again, very conservative guy I am, but on the other hand, I got to blame it on our own people. That why haven't they taken the time to do this? I'm 69 years old. I tried to retire for about 6 months. I went crazy, and I'm out still running around selling drywall and metal studs in the metro area.
Okay,
So,
well that's
I
great.
just
Well,
feel-
Wayne, I would answer you though, because the American, I'll take that side, are inundated with stuff. And maybe they look around, don't see the law enforced or anything else, and maybe they're reluctant. They think, why in the world would I have to do this?
Right. And you know what? The passport also circumvents that. And I don't travel much internationally, but I have 2 daughters that converted to Judaism that live in Tel Aviv. They travel all over the world. Okay? And they have to get their paperwork in order. And maybe I'm just an old-fashioned guy that still prints out my quotes and keeps them in, my Outlook as well. But I just feel like get it done. I mean, I understand now it's crunch time, but the reason it's crunch time is most people have simply procrastinated. This isn't anything new, so I don't have a lot of tolerance for that.
Okay.
So if we're going to stand strong as conservative Republicans, and which I am, and have been since my first election in 1976 when I went from University of Delaware. I lost that one, as you know, to when Jimmy Carter won.
Yes, exactly.
So, yeah.
Well,
And
Wayne,
I love your show.
Well, thank you, Wayne.
Yes, sir.
Great call, and I hear you on that side of it. Thank you, Wayne, very much. I'm on the other side. It's conservative principle. You should have done this a long time ago. not seeing it. Am I just playing to the crowd here, taking the side? Hey, we're busy with a lot of other things, etc. And this seems bogus to me. Yeah, I challenged the whole thing. Why do we need this when we have all these people? Oh, whataboutism. We got all these people running around. We don't want to do profiling, but I liken it. I'll die on this hill. I'll liken it to taking your shoes off at the airport. In other words, I am perfectly happy. I get it. Real security stuff, the pain, the stuff we go through. We've been through this many times. But you got to profile too. And profiling isn't just picking on a particular group. Profiling is putting together any number of elements that you want that lead to the conclusion that this might be a potential hijacker or worse. We've been through this before. So no, I'm not enamored where this real idea is going. Is that an excuse for, look, I don't have to do it. I got a passport, going that route because of travel, you need that anyhow. But I was thinking about it. And I was thinking about, the Monday hours, the whole thing, So great call from Wayne. Is that your view? I got mine. So why did only 25% have gone down this path? Okay? At least that's the one number I saw recently. Are they just procrastinators and I shouldn't be defending them? Or is it, again, the never-ending demands of government, of life, of the type of stuff? Look, the Republican Party, to me, I've said this many times, ought to be the convenience party. We ought to be like a convenience store. Now, Shapiro holds himself out. Aren't you kind of surprised that Shapiro would not make a big deal out of this? In other words, be cutting ribbons, opening the Sunday PennDOT. That's what I would do for two reasons. One, it's the right thing to do. And two, it's the politically right thing to do. Doesn't that make sense? I mean, isn't that the best way of seeing this? He's not. Republicans have the upper hand in this, I think, calling him on it. We're working on getting them on. I'm not sure about today, but hopefully, or tomorrow, around this and what they're calling for. Does that seem excessive? No, you should have gotten it by now. I always think of this stuff. Look, I'm not a conspiracy with this. I got some people online. I'll let them say what they think of the real ID. But to me, again, this particularly, I'll fight to the death. If I get inside there, I'm waiting an hour, then you tell me we're closing up. Something's wrong with that. You're going to put me through this, then you have to accommodate people. It's sort of reminiscent of the voting thing in some way, shape, or form. All right, hit me with the all-time entertainer. A lot of folks lined up. I'm coming to your calls. Look, I love Wayne, type of guy would love his listeners. I just differ on this. He was being gentle about it. He thinks you're procrastinating here. I was really considering it. Then I thought, oh, man, I still am getting a passport. I don't want people, though, to get into a situation where they don't have this and they can't enter a federal bill, whatever it might be. There's a whole laundry list. Are Republicans out of line, or is Shapiro, who touts this, out of line? And good for them. Why is the media not calling them on this to make this friendlier? Do they think just on Mondays that makes it easy for the average person? If we're really sticking up for the working class, middle class, then you got to make these things convenient because they're a bitter pill that you have to do this nonsense. 855-839-1210.
My name is Dave Jansen. This is my wife, Patricia. And we've started with Crash Proof in 2024.
It's hard to know what would make the stock market fall in the future, but it's nice to know that we're protected against all those dips that would happen in the marketplace.
With the Crash Proof retirement system this year, we earned 17% on our account. That money is ours. The interest is put in as it's earned. We know that our money is safe and it will continue to grow with the market.
There's no fees taken out of what we made, and we did as well in Crash Proof as we would have in the market, and there was no downside.
Crash Proof retirement means to us that our future is bright and we're going to be able to go forward and enjoy our retirement.
Discover how the exclusive Crash Proof retirement system can help you grow with the market without risking a penny of your hard-earned nest egg. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Porsche Delaware, part of Piazza Premium Automobiles, is so proud to announce its newly expanded maintenance and reconditioning services, offering specialized care for classic Porsches, as well as general maintenance services for domestic and premium brands. Whether it's tires, brakes, oil changes, Porsche Delaware's experienced team will keep your vehicle performing at its best. They also offer complimentary valet pickup and drop-off. Schedule your service. PorscheDelaware.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, for a second there, the Dow was up 0.01% for a second. It's hovering around down at about 0.06, which is pretty good. Is this the sucker rally, or is this the market stabilizing itself here? I'll let you know throughout this hour. It's going to be interesting. And I don't look at the Dow every day as the prime thing. I know that's what the media go with. It's the S&P. That tells me a lot more about my own, what's going to happen with my portfolio. Can't use that word, Tom. Sounds too elitist. Don't be saying portfolio. All right. It's back down about 0.23, which isn't bad, though, everything being considered. Okay. Now, coming to you on Real ID, we're trying to get the Republicans on to lay out what they think should be done. You heard Wayne. Is it too much to ask that you make this really much more convenient for people who are going to try to get this done? Will we even reach 50% that are going to do this? And there's all sorts of ramifications. I gave you some about why do this or why not, okay? But you don't want to be stuck in a situation where you're going to be denied entrance or even flying unless you have a passport. All right, now, at about 2:13, 2:14, 2:15 today, We're playing Dom's Money Melody for a pair of tickets to see your Fightin' Phils versus the San Francisco Giants on Thursday, April 17th, 4:05 first pitch at Citizens Bank Park. Boy, that's a rare 4:05 start versus the usual time. Well, it's the Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases after the game, so that may be part of the reason. Usually they do a 1 o'clock business person special. Yeah, I kind of think the 4:05, you can go to a game, still go to work, cut out at 3 o'clock, and you got everything. All right, you have a chance at that momentarily. Mark in Philadelphia, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Mark, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, I agree with you and the truck driver and all that. We are going to need the real ID. But here's the thing. They really make you jump through hoops.
Okay.
Take it from me. I graduated high school in 77. I'm not into all this stuff. It's like, hey, I'm not taking down a plane or nothing. But you have got to have your paperwork in order. And there is my beef is there's no liaison to help you with that.
Right.
You got to go onto the computer. The easiest part, and I'm just trying to tell your people out there, you're not going to fly without it. I go to Georgia 4 times a year. I got more Sky Miles. I don't even know how to find them. If you need any for Italy,
I'll
shoot a few your way. But I didn't have my birth certificate.
Okay.
Listen, I'm 65. I don't know where it is. That you go on the computer. That was very simple. You just have to have your mom's maiden name.
Right.
You need a couple of things. That was the easy part, and that came in the mail. Came in the mail in a week. So I had that. I check off that box. Then my Social Security card and my driver's license, it was missing the middle initial. I go to Social Security. They're there. Oh, no. It has to be. Everything has to be the same.
And Mark, I had this for some reason, and I'll have the spelling tomorrow. To that point, my son Luke, they put in the wrong spelling of his name somehow or another. I had to sit at a Social Security office over near Abbotsford for like 3 hours waiting because the hospital did this. And we had to clear all that up. So I feel your pain. This is ridiculous.
I went down there. I got up. So I'm in the Northeast. I'm Bustleton and whatever, Bustleton and Cotman, that area. I says, oh, great. I'll go to the one on Ashton Avenue or Ashton Street in the Northeast by the Northeast Airport. Oh, no. We don't do that there. Don't do it there.
Yeah.
Well, where do you do it? Oh, 19th and JFK.
Beautiful. Yeah, right. Yeah. There you go.
I get up at 06 in the a.m. I figure I better be one of the first down there. So I'm up at 06. I'm jumping on the bus, get to the L. That was another nightmare. And you can get off right. The L lets you right off at that building. I go up, a handful of people in line, and I got my bag of stuff, all the information that I need. Then they're there. Well, now you got to sign in. I'm there. Okay, where's the clipboard? Oh, no. No clipboard. You got to go to that computer kiosk.
Oh, boy.
Dom.
Yeah.
I go there. Luckily, there was a security guy. They have security there, and they saw me struggling, man. And I help people for a living. That's what I do. I get them set up with housing, all that. But I'm their liaison, and I say, listen, I'm going to help you do this. And they're there, wow, you're the only one. So this security guard was seeing me struggle to the max and how to use the kiosk. They go, well, you do it on your computer phone. Well, I didn't have my magnifying glass. Now I'm struggling. I say to this cat, I say, listen, you get this done. I will help anybody that you have. I said, I can't do anything. I would never do anything that would ruin my real estate license.
Right.
I said, but I will get somebody in your family in the face of somebody at Section 8. I will get you moved to the top. You help me with this. I'll help you with that.
Good stuff, Mark.
So they helped me.
Yeah.
It's just nobody wants to help, Dom. And I like to help people. I'm the one. I help a little old lady if she's struggling with a bag. I do this. I'm old school. So now I get to the window, And the younger guy, probably in his 20s at the Social Security, he goes, I hear the rubber stamp go. I'm looking over to see if it says declined. He goes, you're good.
Oh.
Dom, I almost broke down in tears because I am on speed dial with Delta Airlines for Georgia.
Gotcha, Mark. I must run, Mark, but I got to get to some others. Thank you, Mark. I love it. I'll help you in the front of lines of Section 8 if you just get me through this procedure. All right, you heard Wayne, the truck driver, though. Tired of these people. They're not complying. Look, every time this comes up that we talk about it, we're trying to get these Republicans on. I think it's both the right thing and the political thing. And I think Governor Shapiro ought to have Sunday hours, et cetera. I know they do Monday and all that. And anytime I've been to the PennDOT, I've gone to the one over in East Oak Lane. I was first or second or third in line. But for this, I think you're going to see a big struggle, particularly. So are we just procrastinators? Or is this just something at the end of the day? Are we going to be catching terrorists with this? Is that how it's going to work? What about people that don't have to present documents for everything? You know, we're back to this. Let's go down this path, okay? The proponents of Real ID. Now, some of them are. They're also proponents, some of them, of voter ID. Josh Shapiro's a big proponent, apparently, of Real ID. He's not a proponent, though, of voter ID. The two things can't be, there's something amiss here. If you're a big proponent of this, then I want my voter ID. Democrats never going to give that up. Now, we know all the things, and we often ask, how does someone survive if they don't have identification? You know, we play this. I may play it tomorrow, Henry. If you put a note on there after the show, I think we'll know where to find it. I'm on with Joe Sestak. We're at Cheney University. He's got the home crowd on his side. We're talking voter ID. I played this before. It's pretty revealing. And Joe says, well, that's what's wrong with Dom. We got an 88-year-old woman or something here. She won't be able to vote. She doesn't have this. And I go, Joe, let's stop this interview right here across statewide TV. And the host is looking at Paul. What do you mean? I'll go with you, Joe. You want me to drive or I'll drive? We'll pay for it. We'll get it done with her. And he breaks in and says, well, we've already done it. Oh, wait a minute. That's it. I can sense the mob is tired of me already here, but I'm winning on this. And Joe says, well, that's what's wrong with Dom. Sometimes naval officers have a dispute among themselves. Dom doesn't want to hash this out. No, Joe, no sale here. No sale.
Doesn't want to hash it out. It sounds like he doesn't want to hash it out.
Well, he got caught.
Yeah.
You know, he got caught. But we should have, I know we have it.
I'm sure it's somewhere in the archives.
Yeah. He was a sitting congressman running for Senate or after he ran for Senate. And the point is, we're going to go through all these hoops. How come we can't have voter ID? What are these people going to do then if they don't have real ID? How are they getting through life? We've been through this so many times. And the voter ID things that Republicans have proposed were relatively minimal. You know what I mean? Sometimes it was a utilities bill, something here. And if they give us voter ID, then I'd have to say, okay, that's a start here. You know, to all, if you really want to shut us up about election integrity, then you got to be in favor of it. That's too cumbersome. But we're making people go through this, but not voter ID. All right, you know that I'm right on this. This is ridiculous. But we're at the critical point here where you do need to get this if you think you're going to be flying government built, unless you have the passport. And I have to get mine renewed because 10 years of using it, I got to take a good picture on this, you know. Got to walk in there, haircut before the whole thing. You're going to have that for 10 years on your passport. All right. So 855-839-1210. You get on board. I'm coming to you. You know, the Dow is holding its own at this point. It's down, but not overwhelmingly. The NASDAQ is up 0.59. Not sure why the NASDAQ is reacting, and the S&P is not down that much. Now, wait a minute. The S&P is up about 8%, 0.08. Ah, okay. We're going to hear from Pennsylvania Minority Leader of the House, Jesse Topper. He'll be here at 2:30. You heard Wayne's position on this, and we'll try to get you the best information. I love Mark's call. Sorry, Mark, I had to move on to a few others, but I feel your pain to go through this. Toward what? And again, I would just ask, what's your position on voter ID? Well, I'm against it. But that real ID, we got to make Americans do this. What's your position on profiling at the airport? Well, I'm against it. That's un-American. Then you know what? Stop bothering me. Now, will they move this back? Will we do Sunday hours? Will we do whatever? Republicans should own this too. That's what I'm going to ask the minority leader in the sense of helping people as much as they can here. I mean, I would even dispatch them. Some of them ought to be out there. Give them, bring some lemonade. Bring something. I'm serious about this. This is the way you win. Hey, it's not us. We're the party of convenience. It's Josh Shapiro here, Mr. I Get Blank Done. 855-839-1210. But first, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
That's right. We are playing for a pair of tickets to see the Philadelphia Phillies versus the San Francisco Giants Thursday, April 17th for a 4:05 p.m. first pitch at Citizens Bank Park. It's Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases after the game. Fans 55 and over are invited to go onto the field and stroll the bases. Of course, for tickets and information, visit Phillies.com. This is a great prize.
Oh, yeah.
This is a nice day, and then the aftermath of that. I don't know if we have anybody that's ever strolled the base. Come on, run. Come on. Let's see how quickly you can get to have a second.
I want someone to get these tickets.
Yeah,
and I want
right.
a time afterwards.
Well, I took DJ and Luke when they were younger. The Phillies, I forget, because of the station or whatever, behind the scenes, and I tried to throw a ball to home plate. It was winter. That's what I said. From center field, it was about 350 feet. I think I got on 2 bounces there.
All right, that's
maybe
pretty
good.
good.
There's a little bit of rolling.
Look, as long as it gets the home plate, as long as it's straight.
Right, and in summertime, I would have reached it. I know it. Just let me do it
Ball
in
would
summertime.
have flown through the air a lot better.
Yeah, never thrown out the first pitch there, but I have my strategy. First of all, you have to stand on the pitcher's rubber, otherwise you don't get to throw out the first pitch.
I did it at a Trenton Thunder game when I was like 9. Thought the same way. Like everyone was like moving up, and they're like, "No, move up." I'm like, "No, I'm throwing
you got
this
to
from
throw
the
it from
mountain."
there, and just throw it high, and you'll be fine.
I threw it low.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, aim high.
Yeah.
Aim high, miss low.
I wanted to throw it hard. I wanted to show off the gas, and it was a little wild.
Let's remember Mrs. Obama. When they go low, we go high. Just remember Mrs. Obama when you're in the pitcher's mound. And don't be like Mayor Michael Nutter and tuck the jersey into your pants. My God. That's just a horror. Okay. All right. What's the story today?
Yeah, Dom. So today we're talking those all-time greatest showmen, and I think we can all agree Elvis Presley
took him off, right?
Yeah, pretty good showman. Yeah, I took him off to begin the show. But I am going to play an Elvis Presley song covered by another all-time great showman. I want to know who it is covering this very famous Elvis song.
And Linda Kearns, before you go, cannot enter this contest.
Yeah, no, Linda, if you call in, I'm not taking your call.
Ipso facto, you're out, Linda. Okay, go ahead.
Only fools will say, but I can't help falling in love with you.
Said you go first.
Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you?
This should not be allowed. This is worse than Joe Pesci. You're right up there with it. All right.
No, I didn't say it was a good one, but
Right.
this guy's very good showman, very popular showman. You may or may not like him, but he's still out there. He's doing his thing.
Okay, so help us with that. Who is covering that great Elvis song? By the way, Peter Navarro, stop this guy. He sees tariffs as a tax cut. Okay, we'll see. 855-839-1210.
Well, of sterling.
It's not good to get fired. There are no lessons to be learned from getting fired or losing something that's important to you or getting evicted. You'll get stronger if you get poor, if you get evicted, if you need food stamps. No, you don't. Those are bad experiences.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I got to say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun, 100%. Every time it's spectacular. Joe Conklin's awesome, hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh my God.
Really enjoyed it.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, now that I know the answer, it doesn't surprise me how bad this is. Listen to this cover of the great Elvis Presley, Multiple Showman, by a guy who's not much of a showman in my view. Here we go. My goodness.
I usually like this guy too. And it's
Right,
just,
the cover stuff has to be stopped. They shouldn't be able to do this. Let's go to Lou in Mount Laurel and find out who's covering that song. All right, Lou, put us out of our misery. Who's covering that song?
Yeah, that's Bono.
Yes, it is Bono. I'll put you on hold, Lou, in Mount Laurel. I mean, that group dropped off quite a bit, not even recently, a while ago, so. And there was a lot of grandiosity. I get their appeal that they were big at one point, but man, Nice pull there, Henry. That's pretty good. Destruction of Elvis, the master showman.
I couldn't believe it when I heard it. It was like one of the first songs I pulled up today. I was like,
yeah,
God.
that's perfect. All right, that's what we're looking for in honor of the great Joe Conklin. You have a chance to see him with the City Rhythm Orchestra. I'm already planning to get him down there to Mulligan's. I think they'll be down there around the time one of our Mulligan's broadcasts this year. In person, you got to see this guy. It's unbelievable what they put on. They had a lot of video, too, of Philadelphia in the 70s, in the neighborhoods and all that, behind what they're singing. And there had to be 5, 6, 7 Conklins involved. Just a masterful show. I thought my introduction had a number of clever things, but you get the hook pretty quickly. Only 2-minute introduction. I had like a 10-minute ready to go, but I said, no, I got to. And it's difficult if you don't do this. The light at the Keswick, bright.
Yeah.
You can't see anything else. I felt for Pat Malloy. I don't know that he does too much, and he had a lot that he was holding there. He had to read. Primo's Hoagies, the whole thing. All right, so 855-839-1210. In about 5-6 minutes, we're going to be joined by the Senate the House Minority Leader, Jesse Topper, talking about what they want done. And I'll try to say, hey, take some Primo's Hoagies. All right, in certain parts of the states, I would never advocate for this. How about being out there helping people bring some sheets stuff? Now, of course.
That'll drive them away.
Yeah, it might, yeah. Bring Wawa stuff, no matter where you are in the state. That's what to do. Gets a little fun going, saying, hey, we're the party of convenience. We want to help you through this. Josh Shapiro, not so much, Josh. John and Yaden, he's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I had a problem trying to get real ID. I was born at home, so I never got a birth certificate. I got a certificate of birth from the doctor.
Okay.
I went to media because I'm in the reserves, and I got a birth certificate from media, but no raised seal on it. I went through the system, and I got to the point where you got them showing me the Social Security number. They wouldn't accept it because it was laminated. Oh, you can't laminate it. But yet on the calendar or handout, it said they'll accept laminated or unlaminated. So I said, the heck with it. Why should I go through this hassle if they're not going to take what I have to offer? That should be enough to get the darn thing.
So where are you now, John? No real ID?
I'm sitting outside the bank, no real ID. I just have my birth certificate from media. I got the original certificate of birth from the doctor, and I said, I'm not going through the hassle if I don't really need it. If I need it, okay,
John,
I'll get it.
yeah, I'm going to ask the guy coming up, the Republican in Harrisburg, the point person on this. A situation like yours and others, what would he tell people to do? I mean, what kind of aid can we give people here who are trying to comply and just are running into these hurdles? Thank you, John. Look, that's the stuff that's going on here. And again, given everything, why have to do this? Okay? 855-839-1210. I'm looking at a story of another female who wouldn't comply and refused. We talked about, if you missed it, I thought it was pretty funny stuff, too. And I got a match with Robert. He's run 17 balls in a row. Do we have anybody listening that's ever run more than that in straight pool? The highest that I ran was 9, and I think I shoot pretty well. But Robert, game's on. Come down to Mulligan's. I don't know if we have a pool table there, but we'll figure it out somehow or another. Can you imagine in the UK, we have 2 males who competed for the crown of the UK Female Pool Championship. In other words, it's a national, several countries championship. 2 males were the finalists. Wait a minute. I got to take this one right now. We haven't talked to Jerry. Then we'll go to the leader of the House. All right, Jerry, because I've interviewed this guy. Jerry, how have you been? Who do you have today?
Well, my guy, I don't know if any other guys you said were willing to break every bone in their body to entertain people, but that would be Evel Knievel, who's ABC Wild World of Sports says he's on the top 20 of people watching on ABC Wild of Sports. She's jumped over Caesar's Palace.
Yep.
Tried to jump over Snake River. 50 years he did it, and that's a showman who risked every bone in his body to have people. He sold out stadiums. So that's my
that is great. But
Eagles
Jerry,
Knievel.
I don't know if I still have the tape at home. I kept it in my archives. I interviewed Evel Knievel. It had to be later, after the Snake River and all. And I did call him just for the fun of it, Mr. Knievel. I mean, you got to call him Mr. Knievel. And you're right. Just the whole way he projected, the things that he did. The guy was riveting as a guest. Tremendous showman.
Great. I didn't know about that you interviewed him.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Jerry. That's a pretty good one, Henry. I don't know if you have Evel Knievel knowledge, but my God, yes. I got two in mind. I don't know which one's the best so far, but you can wow us with a great showman. Coming up, we'll talk with the minority leader of Republicans in Harrisburg, Jesse Topper, about Real ID. That's straight ahead. Your smile is much more than a first impression. It's a reflection of your overall health, and when it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. You deserve the expertise of my guy, my dentist, friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. It's one thing to have the latest technology. It takes the knowledge and expertise of Dr. Bentz and his team to give you the most accurate diagnosis from the start and develop a plan for your dental and overall health. I've told you my experiences. I've told you the experiences of listeners. And many now count on the knowledge and the great friendly care of Dr. Bentz and his team. I've seen it all. I witnessed it there, putting patients at ease. I've witnessed the diagnosis second to none. I've told you some misdiagnosis, something serious too. Dr. Bentz caught it and was able to help the person. Get the smile that you really want. Get great dental care. Just make that initial appointment. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group right now to get that appointment. 610-272-6949. The website, bentzdentalgroup.com, or 610-272-6949.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The Philadelphia Trans Wellness Conference won't be held this year. The organization behind it wants to hold a year-round program instead. The president of the Pennsylvania Energy Authority is asking for more city funding after being hit hard by federal cuts. And the Minecraft movie smashes box office projections with a $300 billion global opening.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Noble Gold Investments alert. Gold has surged 46% in less than a year, doubling the gains of the NASDAQ and S&P 500. But this isn't just another rally. Investors are losing confidence in paper gold and demanding physical metal, creating a massive gap between gold owed and gold available. But this isn't about how institutions broke another system. It's about how you can profit from it. Right now, Noble Gold Investments has a limited supply of investment-grade gold bars and coins available. As banks scramble to fulfill their obligations, is pushing gold prices higher, you can profit. Smart investors are already moving into physical gold. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy for you to do the same. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th ounce gold coin to your order. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com now and turn their panic into your profit. noblegoldinvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Weather is sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
A slow-moving cold front to our south and east will keep showers around at times through the rest of today. High temperature well below average at 48. Drier conditions return tonight, becoming partly cloudy late with a low 35. And for Tuesday, partly sunny, windy, and cold with a high 48.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, big issues, big guests. Thanks to Henry, too. We got the guy leading the charge here to help people out, make this at least more convenient. Representative Jesse Topper from the 78th Legislative District and the House Minority Republican leader. He joins us here on the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210. Representative, thanks for making this convenient, even though Josh Shapiro is not. Thanks for joining us.
Good to be with you, Dom. Thank you.
Well, you know, you have to live up to that, and I give him credit for a creative solution, the governor, for what was done over the 95 here. But, you know, there are a lot of holes in that myth about how hands-on, and I think it's right that your group is calling to make this convenient for Pennsylvanians.
Well, look, we know that whatever we do in Harrisburg as representatives, our first responsibility is back home in the district, is representing around 65,000 people who make their voices heard to us on various issues. We're the ones closest to our communities, and this is something that we're hearing throughout Pennsylvania, and we believe it doesn't need legislative action to take care of it. It just needs, quite frankly, more attention.
Yeah, it reminds me, but this is not intentionality here. It reminds me of what was done here in Bucks County and Delaware County when we were trying to vote by mail in person. There, it was clear they were making it as bad as possible, as difficult as possible. Do you have a number? How many people are compliant so far? I hear in the media at times 25, 30%.
Oh, yeah, I would say that's probably about it. I mean, I don't know that I have great numbers on how many have done it already, but as with anything else, there's always folks who kind of wait and see. And I don't know that that's completely on the people of Pennsylvania either, because let's not forget how many times this thing has been extended. So many times the deadline's been moved. You start to wonder if the deadline is really the deadline. I know the House Republicans have been putting out mail and talking to folks in our districts about, hey, you know, this is coming. We believe this is for real this time. But still, even many elected officials, I'm sure, we're not completely convinced that this deadline was going to, in fact, be the deadline. But it's here now, and there is a rush, and we simply need to address it. Whatever has led up to it, we need to address it now.
And the way that you would address it, I'm complete. And again, this is good for everybody. And as you and I know, I always want the Republican Party to be the party of convenience. We know how busy people are. We know about taxation, regulation, what people, and I'm sure. Where's your area, Representative? What part of the state? Where are you?
I represent Bedford and Fulton counties. We're at about the halfway point between Harrisburg and Pittsburgh.
Yeah, so we know both people working, kids, family, school responsibility, and all that. And again, this is something that seems to be out there in the mist, and now it's here. Do you think it's possible there could be an extension?
Well, I'm not sure about an extension, but I do believe this is something that we need to work to ensure. Look, in areas like mine that are very rural, and I know others, you know, the centers aren't even open every day, and normally. So every place we look, we know that we can do more. We can do more to extend hours, or we can do more to possibly have hours on weekends, and ensure that those who are working, you know, as you mentioned, there's a lot of families where both parents are working, or maybe it's a single parent situation. They just don't have the ability ability to do everything they need to do and still take the time, particularly when it's taking this long. You know, when you have these lines that folks are waiting hours or they wait so long they can't get in, we're doing everything we can in our district offices to ensure people have the right materials when they go, but mistakes are made, and that's part of life. We just seem if we put this mandate on folks, which we can talk about whether that was a good mandate or a bad mandate, at the end of the day, this is what's there for them. We need to make it more convenient for them to do so, particularly those who are working families that we're asking to do so much for us on a day-to-day basis, including providing the taxes that help fund this government.
Well, the point I've been making, I don't know if you share it, okay, we're going to comply with this. There are hurdles. I've had people calling in with birth certificate difficulties, et cetera. If we can do this, it would seem to me we could do voter ID.
Well, you're speaking my language there, as you know, Dom. I've been pressing for that as well. I mean, it's something that's supported by over 70% of Pennsylvanians want to see some form of voter ID. I've been making a push for that during my time in the legislature, and you're right. This is just another example of how we can do it. We know we should do it, and hopefully very soon we will get that into our election code as well.
Were you a proponent of this, or did you go along because we're trying to help out with security, et cetera? Because, again, people, my listeners, and you probably get this from some people, say, I have to go through all these hurdles, yet we have how many people here that are here illegally, / we don't do appropriate profiling, et cetera. I'm not trying to discourage people. I'm trying to encourage them, but you hear this, I'm sure, the backdrop around this.
I certainly had my questions and concerns when Real ID was initiated, but all of those other issues that you mentioned are also things that we can take real tangible steps to security. Number one, securing our border, which I believe this administration has certainly made a priority, and we're already seeing the results of that. Voter ID to secure our elections. When you secure borders and you secure elections and people can see that you're taking those steps, they understand what that's for, right? It's about security. It's about sovereignty. So I have no problem with those steps being taken as long as we do it consistently across the board. And again, we have something right here that really affects the people who are doing everything right. They have the opportunity to get this. They're working Pennsylvanians. They don't all have the ability to just take a day off randomly to take this time, and so we need to make sure it's accessible to them.
What's imminent coming up that we expect in Harrisburg, where there's some kind of debate, something going on? We're not in budget season or any of that yet, but what, I see a lot of things moving through the Senate that I certainly support, and then we run into it doesn't even come up in the House.
Well, we've put our stake in the ground when it comes to generating economic growth throughout Pennsylvania, particularly through our energy sector. That's the one place that we can see economic growth really light fire here in PA, and we need it because we're facing a demographics crisis, Dom. As you know, we have a senior aging population that we love, and we're glad they're here, but we need to be able to keep young people here to work, to raise their families here, to make sure they have good family-sustaining jobs, because this current budget, regardless of what happens to it during the budget season, is not sustainable into the future. We know that. We have the numbers to show it. If we don't turn the economy around in Pennsylvania, and the best way we can do that is through energy, then we will be running significant deficits, and that will lead to one of two things. Either you cut services or you raise taxes. So I believe economic growth is the only answer out of it for our caucus, and that's why whatever happens with his budget, we want pro-energy policies to be at the forefront. We want educational reform to be at the forefront, both at higher ed and K through 12, to ensure that we're actually doing our part to educate the folks who need to be in our economy moving forward, both students in secondary and post-secondary institutions. That's our job. And if those two things are met, then we can talk about what the other side wants in terms of the budget as well. But there has to be economic generation here in Pennsylvania.
The Fairness in Women's Sports Act. I know how difficult this is, but to me, this is, there's a reason the Trump people spent $40 million, not so much the bathrooms and everything else, but justice. We had two women representative today, two men win the pool contest, the pool player of the year in the UK. Two men were in the finals playing each other. People are revolted by this. Is there any chance that bill will be debated, maybe voted on?
Well, I certainly hope so. This has been an initiative that if you poll all of our caucus members, they're in favor of.
Right.
Whether this is actually brought up by the majority party, I don't know. But judging by the last election results that I saw, this resonates, and it should resonate with people. It's a safety issue. It's a safety issue for our young women who are playing in these sports, and we want to stand with them to ensure that they have the opportunities that they should have and that they should really be guaranteed by their state government.
Thank you very much for coming on today on Real ID and convenience around this. If there's some wrinkles, something to develop, you'd like to come back, we'd love to hear from you.
Thanks so much, Don. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Representative Jesse Topper, the minority leader in the House, of where we stand with this, and I think that's all on point. And I think if the media picks up enough on this, I mean, I got the letter directly from the Republicans. I don't know what they're doing at the Inquirer. Doesn't it make sense that at least here we have to go down the path of making this more convenient? And that would mean you got to put Sunday hours, Saturday. You got to do something else here. The Monday stuff is not going to work. People shouldn't have to take off from work to do this. And again, the backdrop, you got to go through these hurdles. Then why don't we have voter ID? Why do we have people here illegally without identification? The whole thing. The voter ID is the starting point. I can't tell you how much I'll celebrate if we just have a vote on the Fairness in Women's Sports Act in the House, because I'm told maybe 8 to 10 Democrats would sign off on it then. Then the Senate has already done that. And that means Josh Shapiro has a decision. Does he veto it against Pennsylvania, or does he sign it against the mobs on the other side? This is a big moment here. All right, I'm coming to you. It is the lightning round, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
You have key decisions to make about your money. Most investors don't beat the market, and neither do the hedge funds, who take a share of your profits. What if there was another way? A way for you to keep total control over your money where the interests were aligned. That's what the exclusive crash-proof retirement system is all about.
Mike Bizaccia, Logan Township, New Jersey. You can't follow the market because nobody can predict it. What you have today could be gone tomorrow. That's the way it works, up and down, and your money goes up and down. That's what led me to see if there was another alternative. Crash-proof retirement gave me that alternative. With crash-proof retirement, the money you make is credited to your account, and that money's yours. No ifs, ands, or buts. No fees. We had a high point of 13.5%. Once it's credited, it's your money to keep.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
Want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, and game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity and stream with a voice-activated remote. And when you get lightning-fast Fios home internet, you can binge, game, and work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts, and for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV and get a Samsung 43-inch Class TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you and connect all your devices at once at the speed you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For Verizon gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever is first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25 while supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code FAST. Swishradio.com, code FAST.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, it is the lightning round. All-time showman, all-time entertainer on the Joe Conklin front. Oh, man, the stuff on Twitter, unbelievable. I didn't mention James Brown. It's the sweating, the all-time collapsing on stage. That always got to me. But let's go to Drew. Drew's got a great one here. At least according to legend. Wonder how I know Willie Mosconi beat him, but Paul Newman did not. Shoot a great game of pool, Fat Man. So do you, Fast Eddie. So do you. Let's go to Drew in Upper Darby. All right, Drew, who is it?
Hey, Dom, thanks a lot. You know, Dom, I always thought of this guy as a showman.
Oh, yeah.
And when you asked the question this morning, I thought about it. I said, nah, it's outside the box. But then you started talking about billiards. I'm there, right? Oh, my goodness, what a coincidence. And he was on Wide World of Sports back in the 70s all the time because he was known for talking a lot of you know what.
Yeah.
And he was a riot, but he was good at his profession. That's Minnesota Fats.
That is a great one.
I don't even know his real name.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure either, but I do believe that maybe it's the Italian thing. Willie Mosconi tuned him up, I believe, based upon what I know. I could tell we want to play pool when we get down the shore, something around that. Not billiards, pool. Remember that, George C. Scott? Oh, what a villain. In
Color of Money?
No, it's not.
I don't know any other pool movies.
Fast Eddie, The Hustler. Let's go to Richard in Westchester. Richard, what do you have today?
Bill Giles, Kite Man, all the other attractions that he would get in the vet. I mean, that guy was a baseball showman.
And he is the guy who dreamed up the Fanatic.
That's And one last thing, I resent the heck out of that ID, and I'm going to wait till the end.
All right, thank you, Richard. I hear you. The Earl of Tacony. All right, Earl, who do you have today?
Real quick, I've been trying to get Real ID for 9 years. In fact, when I tried to get it 5 years ago, they sent me my license with my old photo because of COVID. So I've been trying for years to try and get it, and they won't give it to me.
That's telling you something. I don't want you to go into Italy with us. Go ahead, Earl. Who's your guy today?
My answer is Dick Shawn. He was LSD in the producers. He was the Snowmeister in The Year Without a Santa Claus. He was a stand-up comedian. He was avant-garde. Billed himself as the second greatest entertainer in the whole wide world. You'd go to his show, and there'd be a pile of bricks on the stage. And when the show started, he'd come out from inside the pile of bricks and, control his breathing so you wouldn't even know he was there. And he used to do things like pratfalls and everything on the stage. And he told the stage crew, don't bother me. It's all part of the act. Well, on April 17th, 1987, he's on stage performing. He goes and he falls onto the stage in a pratfall, and the audience says, well, this joke is going on for too long. They went and they checked him. Turned out he had a heart attack and dropped dead on stage right in front of the audience, and the audience wouldn't even leave until the paramedics showed up because they thought it was all part of the act.
That's pretty good. That's show business, my God. Whoa. Oh, God, these are tough here at the end. I had my set on a couple from before, but I got to consider that. Chuck in Newtown Square. All right, Chuck, what's yours?
Hey, great day to everyone. This guy made shock television, I'm going to say acceptable. I don't think he was the first to do it, but boy, it was entertaining. How about that Jerry Springer running around, getting families into fights, getting, different people cheating on different people or whatever else. And, normally you wouldn't watch it, but he really ran the show, and he was a showman doing that stuff.
Absolutely. I interviewed him a couple of times about that. Now, you can argue for him. I think of weighty, but also showman in this type of stuff. I might go Geraldo there. And Geraldo is just unbelievable, the stuff that he was associated. The Nazis breaking his nose, hitting him with a chair. Al Capone's safe. Being on with Joey Vento and Geraldo, debating at the Daily News with me as the moderator. Now, this is show business. And we had a sponsor, a fence sponsor, and people were carrying in pieces of the fence, walking around Geraldo with it.
Oh, man.
Geraldo against Joe. And we put Stu Bykowski in between. We were afraid Joey, if he couldn't see him, wouldn't go nuts. He kept on peering around. All this because Geraldo came on my show and saying, well, people have to pick apricots. How are you a friend of Joey Vento? It led to that. I wish I had footage of that. That was priceless. Two showmen. Joe in Columbus, final hitter here at Talk Radio 1210. All right, Joe, who do you have today?
Hey, Dom, Geraldo deserved to have his nose broken, but I was hoping it was going to be Annie Bonaducci.
Oh, yeah, I don't think so, but okay.
Dom, you're not going to like my choice.
Okay.
I'm not going to like my choice, but I got to say it. He was the best showman, and he always survived the test of time better than Billy Joel. But he's a fraud. He's great on stage. He's very, very susceptible off stage.
Yep.
Bruce Springsteen. How do you come up with a song that says we take care of our own but want to give more money overseas than anybody?
I hear you. And look, I've never seen, well, I did see him in person when he did the 20-day salute to John Kerry in that election.
I sat in front of Ed Chalky at Veterans Stadium at the Born USA tour. It was great back then. Then all of a sudden it became too commercialized and too political.
Gotcha, Joe. Dan's not here today, so we can enter that. All right, Henry, give me two or three. These were wonderful today.
Yeah, there were three in a row that I really liked. And Drew Upper Darby with Minnesota Fats, Richard Westchester with Bill Giles, and Earl of Tacony with Dick Shawn. But I know you're sort of leaning towards Jerry and Wilmington. Am I correct?
Yeah.
The Evil Knievel answer?
Yes, I don't see. Evil Knievel is so hard because it's not a singing, dancing act. And I did interview him, and I think I have the tape. If I had that tape and it's still old at home, I never got it transcribed properly. I did call him several times. Well, Mr. Knievel, that seems to be an unusual choice. And he was just sitting back like anything. He's probably got 50 broken bones.
Right.
He's probably working on them as we talk. Let's go with Jerry and Wilmington.
Right.
Thank you, Henry. Good there. Okay, tomorrow, Scott Presley, there's a showman. There is a showman.
Oh, boy, yeah.
Yes. Richie always